Under the quiet basement, not a sound echoed. 5 people sat in the car waiting for Thien Loi. Duongfang's eyes rolled around, taking advantage when everyone did not pay attention. Secretly pulled the zipper of the backpack. Then took out one salted duck golden. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling once, drooling, so fragrant. Stealing one bite will not be discovered. Unable to resist the temptation, Duongfang opened wide mouth preparing to taste. But before bringing to his mouth, Van Fong sitting next to pinched his neck, making him startle. His eyes cold. Well kid, you are sneaking food. Duongfang hurriedly explained, I am not, I just wanted to test for everyone to see if spoiled. He increased hand force, warning, still dare to lie. In the meantime, Huck Duong suddenly noticed the unusual expression of Wu Hin. He immediately questioned, inside your bag what? She guiltily shook head, denying, nothing at all. Seeing that he directly reached, grabbing the bag, take it out, she urgently held back, don't. The strength of a woman, how to fight a man. Huck Duong yanked his hand back. The yellow duck you took where from? Is it just now from that toy shop? Duongfang also very confused. Is this not a toy, cannot be eaten, why take it? Wu Hin worriedly explained, small yellow duck cute. The little one surely will like. Huck Duong angrily scolded. Are you a child? Already said not to take useless things. While they still arguing, at another place it was strangely silent. Thien Loi and Kiyu Hai stood rooted in place, not daring to make any sound. The big spider inside seemed also not paying attention to prey. He silently called in his mind, System, scan mutant creature. The gem on the ring flashed. It quickly analyzed the target. Big spider, level 5 mutant creature, can compare with 3rd rank plant. Weapon is silk, has paralysis and corrosion. Tightly wrap, then suck dry body. Afterwards will make body into vessel, excrete from inside the body. Hearing it, Thien Loi shivered cold. Laying eggs, disgusting. Kiyu Hai next to nervously lowered voice asking his opinion. What to do? He carefully instructed him. Seems it is asleep, we quietly leave. By all means do not wake it up. He worriedly nodded. 2 people simultaneously lightened footsteps, leaving this dangerous place. Over there from the car came the sound of dispute. Give back to me, no give. Huck Duong dodged Wu Hin's hand. All remaining feelings vanished. Inside angry. Now people in the base, even rice not enough to eat. Everyone risk outside to find important supplies. You only think of cosmetics and toys. Why you always so selfish? She moved over to the driver's seat. Her elbow accidentally pressed the steering wheel. Immediately horn sound echoed throughout the space. Duongfang and Van Fong hurriedly covered ears, protecting. Thien Loi and Kiyu Hai also froze, heartbeat strong. The giant spider, awakened by the noise, opened 10 bright red eyes staring at them. Thien Loi's instinct warned danger. He shouted loudly, warning, run now. 2 people used all their strength to flee. A strand of silk flashed through the air, wrapped around Kiyu Hai's body, making him unable to move. His body pulled strongly backward. Terrified, he screamed, save me. Thien Loi stopped, turned back. He tensed, sweating, cursed inwardly, damn. Hastily summoned big axe, chasing. The cold edge flashed. Thien Loi swung axe, cutting off the strand, freeing Kiyu Hai. He quickly supported him up, hurry back to the car. Life-threatening danger made the 2 burst out unprecedented strength. The scenery on both sides flew past. The giant spider slowly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Its long legs also stretched out. The sharp tips stepped on the ground as if piercing through. The door of the room where it stayed was broken, shards of glass flying everywhere. Thien Loi and Kiyu Hai, distracted, turned their heads. At this moment, the giant spider had completely emerged from the room, its bright red eyes locking onto prey. Wu Hin, facing the situation of the young couple Wu Hin quarreling, could only speak up to stop. You 2 stop arguing. Luke Hang also in a low voice emphasized, if attracting zombies, then what? Just at that moment, the discovery from Duongfang attracted their attention. Loi brother is back. From the misty white fog, 2 people with Thien Loi leading were running desperately from the pursuit of the big spider. When seeing closer, his pupils dilated big, full of shock. Behind them, seems there is something. even though already using all speed heading straight to the car. The mutant beast right behind still could catch up with a ferocity wanting to eat Thien Loy alive. Even the big spider did not forget to open wide the mouth full of sharp teeth, growling frighteningly. At this moment the whole group Hak Duong also realized is a mutant creature. In the urgent situation, Thien Loy hurriedly ordered, "Drive quickly." According to his command, he immediately started the engine, making the vehicle move rum-rum. Two people Kyu Hai quickly had already opened the door, entered, series of movements without any excess. When not yet settled in position, Thien Loy urgently shouted, "Go!" Hak Duong immediately stepped on the gas, driving the car at very high speed to the point of friction sparks. Heading straight to the only goal is to escape from the terrifying big spider behind. Van Fong, sitting still, could not believe what was happening right before eyes. In the subway, how could there be such a thing? Kyu Hai, as the one involved, spoke, informing, "Do not know. I went to the pulled noodle shop to find food. Result, saw this monster sleeping inside. If not for Captain Triu, I almost was eaten by it already. Too scary." Thien Loy's eyebrows furrowed tight. From those spider webs, this mutant spider must have been here long. Low-level zombies will fear high-level mutant creatures, roughly sensing its existence, not daring to approach. Therefore this place so quiet. Luke Hang, until this moment startled, admitted, "Just now really should have listened to you. Quickly left would be good." He only sternly cut off, "Do not talk about those things anymore." While they were talking, the big spider continued running swiftly, following with powerful legs. Its strength still fierce enough to break the floor harder than concrete. Duong Fong, seeing that, was so scared he cried out, "Accelerate quickly, accelerate its legs so hard one strike can make a hole in the car. Absolutely do not let it catch up." Hak Duong, with tense face and burden on shoulders, replied instantly, "No need you to say." But the big spider, also not inferior, it bent its body, jumped once, tearing through the air. The whole huge body lunged at the only target, the car ahead. This clearly was an extremely fierce confrontation between human Hak Duong and super mutant beast. In a hair's breadth, the decisive car turn completely made it miss. However, the shock from the front leg of the big spider accidentally hit caused not small effect on them. Not yet giving up, it also unleashed its own special move. Spider silk stuck to the wall above like glue, pulling its whole body and flying straight toward Thien Loy's group. Duong Fong, seeing that, startled his whole body, then quickly informed, "It caught up already." The steering wheel before Hak Duong then turned with all the speed he could manage. With judgment and quickness from himself, he successfully saved the whole team. One time almost died visible. By now the big spider was extremely angry, growling loudly, full of dissatisfaction. The car rushed forward on the large road without a shadow of people, without any intention to stop even for a second. However, Hak Duong's face not happy, but even tighter than a string, because facing them was the most terrible thing now. Bad. Ahead is a dead end. Both Vu Hin and Duong Fong already tears of despair. What to do? About to crash. Thien Loy at this moment then showed the decisiveness needed of a leader. Rush through. Extremely urgent. The big spider lunged with strong jaws. Hak Duong, full of trust in him, so without hesitation stepped hard on the gas. The car, carrying fierce momentum, headed straight forward, not wanting to pause. The fierce and disgusting jaws of the big spider finally also close behind the car. Bang, a sky-shaking sound. The barrier wall ahead turned out to be glass easily broken. Flying very high and very far, perhaps the vehicle itself also did not expect it could make so many breakthroughs. Finally, the car also surpassed itself, creating quite a distance from the super mutant beast, because its body several times larger than them. It thus stuck tight between the solid enclosure. The big spider, not satisfied, but still hissed Roman 11 Roman 11 Roman 11 chilling. Hak Duong at this time finally breathed a sigh of relief and lowered the exhausted vigilance, finally shaken it off. Under the blue sky full of white clouds, the buildings heavily damaged could only stand silent. After a sky-shaking scene, the car also ran leisurely, performing its function. Thien Lois' eyes still furrowed tightly when observing, seems the situation here even worse than imagined. At the place where the building still stood tall, two people Van Fong and Qiu Hai raced running gasping. It turned out behind them not any strange species, but exactly the hateful group of zombies howling. Not letting them howl noisily too long, the iron bar together with the sharp sword combined like twin blades made the zombies end life. When the whole duo Van Fong together destroyed the monster, they once again competed breathing in and out quickly. Finally, the guy also choked out a sigh of relief. After finishing, they then returned gathering with the whole remaining group. Next, Van Fong sternly reported, "The building over there already searched all. No plants." Liu Kang followed. "On this side, we also same. Only found some broken jars." Finally, Thien Loi only furrowed brows concluding the situation. Seems the things to eat already robbed all. For this issue, he after observing then had a proposal. Ahead still has a general supermarket. Now only can go see. At the present moment, Qiu Hai then spoke inserting, "However just now we only met 2-3 zombies, really lucky." Van Fong gave out a guess. Maybe they also hungry not okay already. Went elsewhere find prey already. Still Thien Loi stood out with the aura of a leader. Cannot be careless. Zombies now already evolved certain thinking. Know to hide themselves. Maybe they are hiding near here. Suddenly from the corner of his eye, Duongfang realized something. Compared with the serious group, he himself happily headed toward the target. Then so happy that shouted loudly, "Hi, see what I found." Is a vending machine. Inside still has snacks and chocolate. But how to take here? Next, he continuously poked and tried all kinds of the most mindless gestures. But how to take here? Of course was pushed away by Wu Hin, who is the secretary with wide knowledge. Move aside. Rustic. Clearly she still kept the actions like normal people before the apocalypse happened. Luckily I have some coins. Unfortunately both of them had to give up before the violent act from Van Fong. Waste like that, what for? Suddenly a shrill sound echoed the whole area. Made him panic pale face. What happened? Immediately was scolded straight by Wu Hin. You do not know vending machine will call police. Only Wu Hin thought of the most important issue at present. Will not lead zombies here, right? The whole group directed eyes toward the empty place here. Then again, some shocking sound again called. Made Thien Loi notice what sound, but Huck Duong and Liu Kang both had same reaction. I did not hear anything. I also did not hear. Therefore the sharp eyes belonging to Thien Loi became more alert than ever. In just a moment recalling and sensing, he had accurate guess about the direction of the new sound wave from over there transmitted. The whole group thus together advanced straight with him as the one going ahead. When the whole group arrived they discovered an iron lock, extremely solid, lying before the door. Of course no one in the group naive enough to approach directly. Indeed, right behind the glass door clearly was a zombie extremely ferocious. Even Thien Loi or Huck Duong, who fought through countless monsters, also stunned in an instant. Wu Hin reacted even faster, running way behind them. How can? Not by chance the whole group shocked. Turned out not just 1-2 more, but a whole crowd intoxicating lovely, all pounding glass thump thump. At this moment no way to distinguish whose voice, only heard someone trembling comment, "So many." The whole group of zombies before eyes excited wanting to explode, because the whole pot of living ingredients automatically came. Because too fierce, the iron lock also almost cannot endure. Thien Loi worthy as the skilled one in charge. He instantly regained composure, then gave directive. These zombies seem to be locked inside by someone, while they have not yet come out. Quickly leave here. Then not rested long, the whole group had to run desperately for life. Unfortunately at some place not far away, a sniper was aiming straight at them with a proud smile on lips. And then Ko Lang's eyes narrowed tightly, aiming the only direction. A crisp gunshot echoed, the hot candy flew far away. Then precisely destroying straight the piece of glass door being used to block zombies. Liu Kang running behind immediately frightened at the moment hearing, and hurriedly turned to inform comrades, glass broken already. Without any pause, the crowd of zombies, extremely vigorous, just released, rushed running. Regardless of the shards under feet, nothing could block the might from them. The sharp jaws to horror opened wide, wanting to bite prey. At this time cannot find any phrase to describe this scene. Thien Loi urgently urged, "Run quickly. The marathon cannot know when will end," but clearly it just began more intense than ever. The zombies did not have any concept of what is tiredness. They just kept racing toward the group of tasty prey ahead. Thien Loi, being the strongest person, and always voluntarily running at the back to escort teammates, then shouted loudly, "Quickly back to the car." However, Ko Lang did not at all let them go but fired another shot. This time directly aimed straight at Liu Kang, who was also the one discovering the glass door of the zombies broken just now. Van Fong then panicked, screamed, "Brother, Qiu Hai also not less, boss." With sharp vision and his own ability, Wu Hin instantly recognized when the whole group focused on Liu Kang. Light flashed, clearly reflected from the scope lens of Ko Lang. Just that was enough for Wu Hin to confirm his direction, to shout a warning, "Careful, there is a sneak shot." The zombies also did not give them time to catch breath. The steps still did not stop forward. Unluckily, Wu Hin at this time again had no one around, only could scream loudly, full of fear, "Ah!" Luckily, Huck Duong had timely come to rescue his wife within an inch. Even Thien Loi also had to join into the battle with murderous aura rising. And he did not forget always to take on the lofty duty. "You go first, I block them for you." But Ko Lang, hiding right on the roof of the building, was sneering, "Want to run? Not that easy." The finger just pressed hard on the trigger without any hesitation or pause. However, being the sniper of the group, so it was impossible for Wu Hin to do nothing. Both long guns, though different, but at the same time fired. There was no scene of two bullets colliding. He had to receive a heavy wound on the body, while Ko Lang was luckier when only losing in terms of weapon. This also contributed to increasing his excitement to madness. Thien Loi, though busy handling the zombies, still took out time to ask after Wu Hin. "Alright," he forced himself. "Alright." No matter how they tried, it seemed like this wave of zombies could not end right now. Not knowing since when, finally the whole group could only turn back, leaning on each other in urgent situation. "We are surrounded already." Right at the moment of 1,000 pounds hanging by a hair, there was an off-road vehicle rumbling, rushing very fast, coming, and by the way killing a bunch of monsters. Carrying a quick, neat style, it parked in front of Thien Loi in an instant. At the moment several people Huck Duong stunned when the situation changed. Tin Van, being the one charging in the rescue, had posed full of coolness, "Catch a ride or not?" Seeing clearly his face made Thien Loi pupils widen from shock. "Tram Tin Van." Not wanting more words, the legs all stomped on the hard ground. "Go, get on the car, get on the car." The crazy zombies rushed, bringing terrible anger. Not yet a few seconds. They did not catch people but succeeded clinging on the off-road vehicle. Unfortunately, Tin Van not idle to be stuck here. He stomped the gas hard. The car roared, then spun, making a perfect donut. Completely flung away that trouble, then sped off from this place. Time passed faster than a dog running on the field. The full round moon hung like a mooncake, shining across all roads. Each by each zombie was eagerly strolling in the peaceful street. At some building unknown name, a series of shelves all were used to block tightly the glass door. After a while examining carefully, Van Fong relieved with Liu Kang's wound. Luckily the bullet passed through already. Blood also stopped flowing already. Probably no big problem. Meanwhile, Thien Loi was raising an issue with a reproachful tone to their savior. "Why did you leave the base to come here? Does your sister know?" Hearing that, he breathed a long sigh, bored when answering, "Not because of my sister, also that female president of yours." Every day opening mouth, closing mouth, all is Thien Loi. Left, right, open bow. Hearing until ears, also growing grass already. "So I went out to find you guys for done." His eyebrows furrowed very tight, messing around. "Do you know how dangerous outside is? If you have something, how can I answer to your sister? Tomorrow when day breaks, then go back for me." In return was the calmness reasonable from Tin Van. Heard my sister still not yet married to you. Want to hang the brother-in-law tag, still too early. Also, today if not me, still not know who dangerous. Making Thien Loy only could angry. You. At this time then Luke Hang stepped up. Try you little brother, let this little brother stay. Today we could escape danger thanks to him. Next even wholeheartedly adding, moreover, I and Vu Hien both injured already. Now is the time needing people. This word too reasonable made him only accept. Fine, then follow Luke big brother. Suddenly Kiyu Hai spoke as if just remembered something. Right, our supplies still in the car, must get back. But was blocked by Vu Hin still terrified. What, you still want to go out? Zombies there not 1,000 also 800. You want money or want life? However he could not put down, but those things all were hard to find. Could it be just throw away like that? Van Fong and Luke Hang agreed. Not wrong, I do not believe they forever gather there. Wait for them scatter, we then go snatch back. Absolutely cannot lose supplies. With the opinions opposing each other and relating to life, Vu Hien instantly turned to ask the leader of the team. Loy brother, you say? Thien Loy only calmly emphasized each word. Zombies also not the most scary? I worry about people. Tian Loy's eyebrows could not help but knit tightly when he emphasized once again. What I worry about is people. Luke Hang being the victim himself was the clearest. You mean that sniper? As soon as hearing Ko Lang, Duongfang angrily mocked. That guy is crazy already. No bullets. His eyes are blind too. Releasing so many zombies without shooting, but shooting at us. Then he ate a full palm of lesson from Vu Hien. Are you stupid? Obviously his target is us. Otherwise who locked those zombies there? At this moment Huck Duong was also extremely tense with the brain running constantly when posing the question. Who on earth is he? Why does he want to attack us? Tian Loy for this matter could only sum up in one sentence. Do not know yet, but can confirm we have already been watched by someone. The whole group immediately sank into a silent atmosphere. Meanwhile Tin Van was only indifferent and did not know what he was thinking. At the parking lot not sure if it was near there or not, but clearly the vehicles there were still safe. Turns out the Ko Lang they mentioned was fumbling with the long gun hit in the innermost part of the basement. The more he fixed the more tired he got. Sweat one by one dripped straight down onto the complicated weapon in his hand. Finally extreme trouble made him angry to the point of throwing away his livelihood. Damn it. But at this moment there was someone not knowing death came to jeer. The #1 sniper of the assassination world of Country E got shot dead by someone else. Really ridiculous. Not only one. Being a long-range player, the thing Ko Lang needed most was to keep enough destruction weapons in sight. With sharp pupils and perception he just fired regardless of who that could be as well as to vent anger. Stinking rat, get out here. His shooting burst like this was completely reasonable against a shadow that could flash continuously. Even with just a few simple jumps easily dodged everything. The powerful foot flicked out. Tan Tin with the iron stick still had time to get into stance. But Ko Lang was not easy either. He was agile enough to grab the shield in hand. A powerful strike from Tan Tin slammed straight down as if sparing no strength, creating a shocking sound through the area. Though he himself struck without mercy, he still bared his teeth showing grievance, did not shoot the target. Dealing with one of our own turned out not to spare bullets like that. Blue veins, white veins, all were imprinted deeply on Ko Lang's forehead. I was only momentarily careless, not your turn to laugh at me. Next, without any hesitation, he whipped the steel plate in his hand to knock away Tan Tin's weapon. Not to mention super shooting skill. Just the hand-to-hand fight alone was not inferior to him even a little. Of course he was not easy to deal with. One strong swing already forced him to retreat far. Thought there would be a break. Who would have thought the two once again rushed in even more than when fighting an enemy? In the end Ko Lang spoke directly to the topic with a tone of dislike. Did you not want this bit of credit? What is it? Regretting already? Unexpectedly Tan Tin was cheerfully teasing. But I like to snatch credit, especially from you. This sentence directly provoked the one who does not like jokes into rage. Die. But at the moment the tense atmosphere rose high. Someone shouted loudly a warning. Stop. The voice from the other side was so strong that no one could refute. Tan Tin, Ko Lang, are you too noisy enough? Clearly the appearance of this person was so shocking that everyone was scared, sweating cold. Turns out it was not anyone unfamiliar with emphasis from the duo, Hong and Gaiet. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly with each scolding sentence bursting out, shooting in this place, not afraid of calling zombies here. But Tan Tin calmly replied, rest assured, the soundproofing here is very good, outside cannot hear. And clearly he had the capital and qualification to say so. And in the building earlier I had already operated near the core, already cleaned up. The scene of slaughtering a whole area could be said to be terribly horrifying. Hearing that, without even seeing Ko Lang also showed disgust with a pale face. This guy used to be a chef, so chopping zombies like chopping meat. Disgusting. And Hong and Gaiet raised her eyebrows, speechless. Clearly innocent-looking face. But hobby is terrifyingly perverse. The atmosphere quiet for a moment. Tan Tin then first uttered doubt. But Sister Hong and Gaiet, you are also interested in the person surnamed Triu. Ko Lang still only had the question. Could it be you also want to compete with me? The answer was obvious from her. I do not care about the person, I only want the crystal core. Directly triggering the anger bomb inside him. What nonsense. Whose person then? The crystal core belongs to that person. Otherwise why work hard? For this matter Hong and Gaiet ignored and gave the decision. Then everyone rely on each one's ability. Finally coldly turned and left, not caring about Ko Lang's opinion. Next Tan Tin emotionally sighed with even tone. Oh my, more and more interesting now. I also go, by, from one person to another, disturbing, making him growl hatefully. Get out of here. After that, gritting his teeth with glaring eyes toward their backs. Damn it, already 2 more heavy opponents. In the women's restroom at the building where Tian Lei's group was residing. Wu Hin collapsed, her face twisted as the sound of a dry and difficult retch burst out from her throat. Her eyes at this moment were filled with pain following the words spoken. Baby, I am sorry that you must suffer punishment together with mother, but do not be afraid, we are about to return home. It turned out that Wu Hin herself was carrying the bloodline belonging to Hak Duong. In the past mother had done many wrong things, making your father angry. But now mother already understands, as long as our family is together that is the happiest thing. The others are not important. Right now your father still does not know you are inside mother's belly. After he knows he will surely be very happy, and surely will forgive mother. After finishing her heartfelt words, when she stepped outside she suddenly jolted when someone was already waiting. Seeing clearly that the one who came was Tin Van, Wu Hin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is you. You scared me to death, he calmly judged. If in the heart there is nothing evil, then what is there to fear? Hearing that, she only raised her eyebrow without caring. In my heart what evil is there? It must be you. Standing silently at the women's restroom door without saying anything. Surely not because of some perverted hobby, right? In the end, not wanting to drag on any longer, Tin Van went straight into the main matter. I came to find you. All the more making her doubtful and foolish before the reflection right in front. Find me. Suddenly not giving Wu Hin the chance to react. The firm arm squeezed tightly at the place where the sound came out. The bottle nearby because of their struggle fell and shattered completely. There was nothing courteous from him, making her breath at this moment escape with great difficulty piece by piece. Tin Van pressed tightly, forcing her only to support herself against the sink with broken words. You, what are you doing? His eyes narrowed, cold to the point of wanting to turn into substance. You thought I would let the one who harmed my sister return to the base. Facing this matter, Wu Hin hurriedly expressed the urgency from deep within her heart. That matter, I already know I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Later it will not happen again. I beg you, do not harm me. The doubtful yet steady tone came out from Tin Van's mouth. Really? She hastily dared not hesitate. I swear. Unfortunately, he was not about to easily forgive the one who caused all the events that affected Tam Duck. You thought I would believe you. Only that fool Hak Duong would be so easily deceived. At this moment there was no calmness like when facing Tian Lei's group. Hatred and disgust erupted in every word. A woman like you, dying is still better. The helplessness and despair surged and twisted together with pain inside Vu Hin's heart. Fear spread into every blood cell with the tragic scream, "No, do not." Panic spread throughout her mind. She herself could do nothing except flail, trying to grasp something for salvation. Thanks to the presence of the soap spray bottle, in the end she was rescued from Tin Van. It seemed he had never thought of this scene, so could only retreat. Because of that, it gave Vu Hin the chance to escape from there and hurriedly shout loudly, "Save me." The first eyes she met, she immediately pleaded, "Vu Hin, save me." Going straight into the matter with pupils trembling full of fear and horror as she declared, "Tran Tin Van wants to kill me." He, seeing that, then sneered coldly as if nothing affected himself even though the purpose had been revealed. Finally, when the whole group officially gathered again at the central area, Vu Hin finally spoke up to ask, "What is this?" Even though he was discovered, he still indifferently denied the whole matter. Sister Vu Hin misunderstood. How could I kill her? Besides, if I wanted to strike, then how could she still be standing here now? At this point, Duong Fong had to voice a confirmation. That is true. This guy killed an international boxing fighter in only a few seconds. How could he let a woman escape? Vu Hin hastily refuted. He is talking nonsense. Just now, if I had not reacted quickly, I would already be dead. Vu Hin did not care too much about the conversation behind. He only emphasized one thing. Then what were you doing in there? And Tin Van still maintained the steady tone. I saw she disappeared for so long, so I was afraid something happened, so I went to check. His narrowed eyes were full of hidden meaning. Moreover, this is not the first time she disappeared. With just a few words like that, he successfully shifted everyone's attention when Lu Heng also voiced a confirmation. I also noticed that today she left everyone's sight alone several times already, and each time it was half an hour to 1 hour. Duong Fong once again chimed in with judging eyes. Indeed, you are suspicious, clearly most afraid of death, yet keep hiding in the car. Also, normally you only like bags and clothes, yet during the day you insisted on the yellow duck, noisily waking up the mutant monster, almost costing everyone their lives. In the end, he almost directly stated that Vu Hin was the villain. You have a criminal record. Surely you do not have some scheme, making her furious. You are talking nonsense. After that, she stood up to present with the utmost sincerity, sounding reasonable. She is a woman. Her body is somewhat inconvenient. Going to the restroom a few times is not allowed. And about the yellow duck. Unable to speak the truth at the moment, she tightly closed her eyes, then emphasized each word. In short, it is not like everyone thinks. Next, she dragged even her husband in, and it seemed she intended to express, Duong, can we talk alone? I can explain these matters, no matter what others say, you must believe me." But from the many incidents caused by Vu Hin, Huck Duong bluntly refused decisively. No need to explain anymore. Whatever you say, I will not believe. His reaction made her at this moment only able to be stunned. Not stopping there, he even poured out cold words. From now on, you are not allowed to be with everyone anymore. Even terrifying to the point of mentioning the life or death matter of Vu Hin, about whether to take her back to the base must wait until Tian Lei returns, then decide. She was astonished because she could not believe her ears. No. Suddenly, the hot bullet clearly belonging to Ko Lang tore through the wind and rushed straight. And this shot struck fiercely right into Vu Hin's waist with a shock no less. The scene suddenly happening before their eyes made everyone present there horrified to the point their pupils contracted. As for him, he had to endure the numbing pain with cold sweat pouring continuously from his forehead. In the end, unable to endure anymore, Vu Hin, because of the torn wound, collapsed onto the cold floor. Everyone panicked and screamed loudly, showing clearly their worry. Vu Hin, but he strongly stopped them. Do not come here. There is a gun. Quickly hide. As if to prove his words, the next bullets flew over like light rain sweeping past. The target, of course, was their group, so everyone scattered away from this place. Huck Duong, with the tension spreading on his face, was striving to pierce through the bullets towards one place. It turned out to be rescuing his brother Wu Hin with all his sincerity. "Get up, I will carry you." Meanwhile, the group of Lu Hang and Qiu Hai along with the only woman Wu Hin had already hidden behind the thick wall. The gun barrel belonging to Ko Lang smoked heavily along with his scornful tone. Cleaning up was too easy, truly boring. In the gunpowder-filled atmosphere, he could not help but doubt when asking, "But where did that Zhao guy go?" However, not letting the boredom last long, Ko Lang created his own fun. "If the main character is not here, then let us use these people to warm up the body." At the same time, under some building shining brightly by the full round moon, delicious like a mooncake, the terrain vehicle that Tin Van had driven arrived was speeding along the empty road without a single shadow of people. And then Van Fong with sharp pupils discovered. "Found it, the car is there." Tianlei was not inferior, but it seems the tire was blown. However, countless obstacles in front made him more worried. So many zombies. Is acting now too dangerous? Yet he soon thought about that matter and emphasized, "Precisely because at night zombies move more than in daytime, so now is the best chance. That sniper will not think we return here so quickly." Next, discussing the following point of the plan. "In a moment I will lure them. You take the chance to pull the car," making Van Fong extremely shocked. "How can that be? If you go alone it is too dangerous, and also how will you return?" Tianlei then raised his eyebrow with a confident smirk and certainty. "Rest assured, I have my way." After that, without wasting time, he leisurely stepped down from the car, ignoring all the greedy gazes staring in. The zombies did not care about the reason why Tianlei appeared. They only knew one thing: he was the delicious prey. With the familiar axe in his possession, he rushed straight forward with sharp eyes. One blunt swing successfully reaped countless zombie lives. Using also his lower body, one astonishing kick struck directly into the rotten face of it. Just that was enough to kill two at the same time in pain. Within only a few minutes passing, Tianlei's strength completely cleared the troublesome zombies. The iron hook was also quickly locked onto the rear of their vehicle. Without any hesitation here, he immediately shouted a notification to Van Fong, "Drive." He also did not hesitate and instantly stepped hard on the pedal with a tense face. The terrain tires thus sped off, dragging the sedan right behind. In no time they turned back and rushed straight towards the place where they were staying temporarily. Regardless of the remaining zombies leaping with neat rows of teeth, they were all flung away high and far by Van Fong without a farewell. Before leaving completely, he even did not forget to turn back and remind Tianlei, "Be careful." Now, only the sharp axe blade faced the waves of mutated creatures from humans. He slowly tilted his neck and made a cracking sound full of satisfaction from himself. The relaxed posture completely poured out from him. Finally able to act alone, truly not easy. Next he even began pondering the important matter, thinking back since the last level up. "It has been very long since I advanced again." Looking at the monsters turning into piles of experience before his eyes made Tianlei's heart excited. Is this not the point treasury? How many more to reach 1,000 points? Too tired of calculating, he directly gripped the weapon tightly. Whatever, the more the better. One powerful jump just appeared, along with an unstoppable aura as he let out a challenge. "Come on." The fierce swings slashed continuously without letting the zombies react in time. Tianlei's lips curved higher and higher with the number 1 rising violently. Unclear how long time passed, only knowing the accumulating sound still rang even though the monsters already lay on the ground. And then, the system raised a cheerful voice announcing, "Congratulations, Master. Points are full. Promoted to Sergeant." He was very satisfied. Well done. However, right at the moment he relaxed, a shadow flashed by. Even so, it was easily repelled by Tianlei along with contemptuous words, ambushing at this moment. Shameless. Just that was enough for Hong and Gait to retreat very far with burning friction. His narrowed eyes also widened slightly with unexpected discovery. Because clearly the one who attacked him was the familiar companion from before. It was her. Hong and Gait completely had no intention to reminisce with Tianlei. "Stop talking nonsense. Return the spirit core to me." causing him to be speechless and have to make a remark. This woman is shameless, meeting her savior who saved her life yet not even say a word of thanks. Unexpectedly only made her extremely angry. Mentioning that matter, I have not come to settle AC counts with you yet. Then without caring even a little, a strong stomp burst out with a shout. Ah! Tian lay facing Hong Ungait as fierce momentum, besides hastily stepping back. Also dodged violently with leaping steps. Finally, the sharp steel edge on the axe decided to bear the weight from her blade. At last he was astonished and asked with a confused face, "Are you really hitting?" These words made Hong Ungait so angry she gritted her teeth. "Who is joking with you? You bastard, taking advantage when someone is in danger to grope this lady. Today I must chop you into 8 pieces." Hearing that, Tian Lei hurriedly explained with annoyance not less. "At that time I wanted to save you only. Besides, even if groped, there is nothing tasty. Cold and hard and bulky. I suffered. Got it." Who could endure being spoken to this extent? The killing intent in Hong Ungait surged strongly. "You." The movements on her body became faster with every move aiming at the vital spots. "Die." After all, even if Tian Lei were a saint father, he could not hold it in anymore, let alone he is not. AC according to principle, I do not hit women, but XCPT for the kind who repay kindness with hatred like you. In an instant, with his lightning speed, he successfully slipped behind her. One decisive palm struck straight at the wrist that was raising the weapon. Panic flashed in Hong Ungait's pupil when the incident suddenly occurred. But as an omnipotent martial artist, not only sword but fist she also understood well. Unfortunately, she was caught by Tian Lei for a moment without any difficulty. Then, before she could panic and steady herself, he grabbed Hong Ungait. With 1 or 2 continuous maneuvers like programmed, Tian Lei successfully locked her down. And up to this moment, except for fear, Hong Ungait no longer dared resist. He did not want to waste too much time here, so he growled, interrogating while she froze. "Say, what relation do you have with that daytime sniper?" Knowing herself suspected, of course this alone was not enough to make Hong Ungait betray. "Which sniper? I do not know." Again stunned by his sharp words, "This place is not some feng shui treasure spot. Do not tell me the 2 of you appearing at the same place in one day is just coincidence. One move alone is enough to pierce the truth. Moreover, the smell of gunpowder on her matches the bullets he used. Who sent you to? Why attack us? You better explain clearly, otherwise." At this moment she began to panic. "You, what do you want to do?" Hearing Hong Ungait so curious, Tian Lei immediately showed a wicked smile. "I will not do anything to you. But I heard in the base there is a department specializing in torture. Even as PI agents in the hands cannot endure half a day. Do you want to try?" Her whole body that had fallen into alert suddenly felt chills down the spine. It turned out, not knowing since when, something was groping on her thigh. So regardless of how strongly the one restraining her was, Hong Ungait resolutely cursed straight to his face. "You old goat, where are you touching?" However, this made him very puzzled. "Who touched you?" And the 2 of the calmed down at the same time and simultaneously looked down. It was no stranger. It was the mutated creature puckering its mouth to say hello, causing ambush fear to strike Hong Ungait's spirit. She was so terrified that she screamed and hurriedly flung that weird thing away. "Oh!" Tian Lei also quickly used an axe to eliminate it cleanly. Worse, although split in 2 by him, the grub could still wiggle and hop. This scene forced Hong Ungait to step back more than 10 paces. Where did the worm come from? Disgusting. He, on the other hand, observed every detail sternly and made the remark, "Not a dangerous mutation." However, in compensation in terms of quantity, unknown since when beneath their feet writhed twisting creatures. Upon seeing them, she panicked to the point of jumping onto the enemy she originally wanted to beat. Ah! Even Tian Lei was stunned by this assault. "What are you doing?" The trembling voice came from Hong Ungait's throat. I am most afraid of worms." And creepier when not only here. Rustling sounds echoed across the area with the presence of hundreds or even thousands of grubs. No matter how small and weak, they could quickly surround the 2 of them from all directions. She was no longer alone. Even Tianlei felt extremely horrible and shocked. Leaving behind disgusting trails of drool, they moved toward the only targets, which were the two humans left here. Now the worms surged like ocean waves, rushing straight toward the two of them. Tianlei. Because this horror was a threat coming from the spirit, Hong and Gaiet panicked to the point of climbing onto his head. Of course Tianlei could not endure and screamed, "Get down now, my neck is about to break." But forcing her to lower herself was no different from stripping off one life, so she scolded back without any courtesy. "Stop nonsense, I am not that heavy." However, no matter how they argued back and forth, the worms still steadily crawled forward. They swarmed as if without eating the two people they would not give up. Seeing this, Hong and Gaiet was so shocked she screamed loudly, "They are coming here. Quickly think of a way." Tianlei with hair pulled shouted back, "Shut up, you coward." Then ignoring her and furrowing his brows tightly to analyze, "Worms must fear fire, but I did not bring a lighter." Suddenly from the corner of his eye he saw something. It was the intact electric bulb of a restaurant or karaoke. The axe that was always in his hand was finally thrown away. In a life and death situation, Tianlei also decided to save even Hong and Gaiet. Hold tight. At this moment, he was no different from a warhorse carrying his enemy to escape the common enemy. And of course, those insects only kept swarming without stopping. Meanwhile, Tianlei had reached the right point. A strong stomp launched them both flying straight into the air. It could be said the posture of sitting on the head and neck was super inconvenient without support. So Hong and Gaiet almost fell off. Luckily his body flexibility was supreme. Without even looking he easily caught her. Even Tianlei himself was frightened at this moment with his hand gripping tightly the life-saving straw. The bugs just then advanced below where they hung suspended, wriggling and twisting. But waiting for a long while without seeing those two humans fall, they had to regretfully scatter away. Leaving until the last drop, none had the patience to wait for Tianlei to exhaust. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet there was Hong and Gaiet who could not bear it and arrogantly spoke to her savior. "Have you hugged enough? Let go already." His eyes of disdain looked down with a drawn tone. Just as she said, the thud resounded, making Hong and Gaiet suffer pain to the point of crying out loud. Obviously hating him to the extreme, even now she could still reproach, "Do you want me to fall and die?" Unlike her, Tianlei answered very gently with an annoyed tone, "You told me to let go. Hating me letting go is also you. Being a good person is really hard." And then he furrowed his brows deeply while mumbling about the earlier issue. Strange. Why did these worms suddenly rush up to the surface, moreover running in chaos, like wanting to escape? With his experience and journey he came to the speculation. Could it be there is an even stronger mutant here? Just thinking of it, Tianlei immediately closed his eyes to activate power. Not long after, the whole surrounding scene entered his mind in super detail. Not noticing any danger approaching, he still sank into thought. This broken system, even though it upgraded senses, still only detects movements of low-level mutants. What do I need this useless thing for? But Tianlei's sharpness was honed through real combat. Now, he could hardly believe it to the point he had to throw the issue back at Hong and Gaiet while striking. "Is it necessary? Just now I saved you twice. Already so quickly you turned face." However, she did not remember that but focused on his earlier threat. So you are kind, who just now said wanted to take me to torture." Without any hesitation or delay, Hong and Gaiet with sharp blade rushed forward declaring battle. "Lost weapon, let us see how you beat me." Once again, before she could stab Tianlei, from underground something suddenly broke through. Both he and she wore an extremely shocked expression. Before Hong and Gaiet could stand firm, it lunged straight at her. Luckily, the sharp sword in front of her chest still in time to help protect her. Receiving all the sensation from the weapon, her face remained only fear. Too hard. At that exact moment Tianlei also swung his axe down fiercely and decisively. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed something. Thanks to that, he successfully leapt aside, completely avoiding the attack in an instant. In the end, both Qianlei and Hong Emgait were forced to stand on the same side. What on earth is this? Without giving any explanation, it continuously swept past them as if mocking and teasing, even circling around like a whirlwind possibly created by two or more strange creatures. The uneasy vigilance did not last long. The earthquake appeared just like that, making both Qianlei and especially Hong Emgait panic to the point of screaming loudly, "Ah!" He himself, besides enduring the terrifying free fall, could do nothing else. At the end of all events, here besides a huge smoking pit nothing remained, not even a single strand of hair. Meanwhile, at the building where the whole group of Huck Duong was staying, the violent explosions belonging to Ko Lang kept echoing under the night. He, with tightly furrowed brows full of discomfort, "Damn it, the gun is over there, cannot fight back." Lu Hang also gnashed his teeth in anger, completely suppressed already. In contrast to their sorrowful look, Ko Lang was like after drinking dozens of cans of energy drink and crazily laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, the little rats all do not show up. Then what fun is left?" Not even giving anyone a moment to rest, he immediately took out another special weapon. "Give you some fun." Just like that, casually thrown, already successfully reached the place they were hiding. At the moment, Lu Hang and Qiu Hai did not yet understand what was happening. It directly exploded right after a light collision with a hard floor. When the smoke rose thick, covering the sight of everyone around, Huck Duong quickly covered his mouth with eyes tightly shut when realizing it was tear gas. Misfortune still had not ended. With the gunshots just now, Ko Lang successfully dragged a whole herd of zombies to crazily knock at the door. They opened wide their mouths full of sharp teeth toward the building storing fresh food. GRR. At this moment, a sharp blade not yet known belonging to whom suddenly flashed under the dreamy moonlight, truly bustling. It turned out the last one of the trio. Tan Tin appeared, marking the event to burn up. "Let me add some fire." The clattering footsteps resounded with each collision on the tiled floor. A strong, decisive slash reaped a bunch of living zombies. However, they had no concept of fear, still struggling and screaming while advancing. The final outcome was nothing strange. It was dying straight under his hand. Then, even the pupils of Tan Tin literally burned. With the monsters blocking the way cleared, the large blade struck hard at the door locked tightly. The zombies, still stunned seeing the crack open, were excited to the point of jumping and rushing straight inside without caring about him anymore. GRR. Seeing that, the satisfied smile of Tan Tin was no different from pampering beloved pets. He. At the same time, Tin Van leisurely, as if unaware of the group of Huck Duong, or perhaps simply did not care. And indeed it was so. He was completely indifferent while muttering, "This greedy one is truly a mad dog. Anyway, Triuthine Loi is not here. Whether these live or die has nothing to do with me." Then calmly to laziness without reconsidering, slip away. But the thunderous noises suddenly rising drew his confusion. A group of zombies suddenly rushed straight, blocking his escape path. Now like a thunderbolt striking, wanting to leap away from here was clearly not easy for Tin Van. "Damn it, what is this?" At the area with bulldozers peacefully lying there waiting for passers-by, he screamed until his throat burned while rushing straight toward the very group he intended to abandon. "Ah!" The duo Huck Duong, dumbfounded, looked over. Even Ko Lang, startled seeing the one running, Tram Tin Van, could not leave him alone too long. The zombies did not intend to spare, opening wide mouths chasing closely. Lu Hang only now regained composure to shout in warning, "Zombies have broken in. Everyone pay attention to protect." Just after the words, whoever could fight rushed to strike them directly. Qiu Hai and Duong Fong, though without clear techniques, still resolutely fought the monsters. As both husband and brother, Huck Duong found a safe place for Vu Hin and Vu Hin. "You two wait here, no matter what happens, do not come out." However, she had no ability to deal with a mutation, so panic and pleading was natural. Duong, I am so scared, do not abandon me." Yet her own husband Huck Duong replied in an icy tone colder than -100, "Take care of Vu Hin, do not play tricks, or I will not forgive you." These words made Vu Hin only fall silent and not dare say anything more. Her eyes full of countless emotions showed clearly in the pupils. Meanwhile outside, the zombies still howled crazily. Their main target was Tin Van, but by his flexible use of objects they had to receive a mouthful of white foam. On that side, no matter how valiantly Duongfang acted, he could not escape suppression by size. Help! Luckily, he was assisted by a loud bang. Huck Duong, while fighting, spared a moment to praise Tin Van, well fought. While Duongfang exhaled in relief, luckily thanks to you, I was almost bitten. Hearing that, Tin Van of now accepted the thanks, then blankly replied by instinct, "Ah, ha, a small matter." Afterward even blamed himself in low spirit. Why am I so unlucky? Why must I protect this rabble? Triuthene Loy, you owe me a big favor. And at the moment everyone was fighting zombies, there was still Ko Lang leisurely grinding teeth. Tram Tin Van, again you. So many things happening made him suppress countless anger. Had long been irritated by you, in the day even ruined my matter. Regardless of the other being teammate, he only wanted to satisfy his own desire. Conveniently deal with you first. Carrying a surge of killing intent, it was clear that Ko Lang was serious without a hint of humor. Go to hell. What a pity, the one he hated just as much accidentally flew in once again to cut him off. Slipped. Very neatly and directly, Ko Lang just went straight off the railing, letting himself fall amidst the lingering gunpowder smoke. Luckily, being a so-called famous assassin, his skills were not inferior as he managed to timely grab onto a floating log. Tan Tin, you bastard. Yet with an attitude that could hardly be changed, the boy still grinned carelessly to retort, Little Tin Tin is my best friend. How could I let you kill him? After that he even let out a loud laugh totally unfitting for the current situation. No need to thank me. But causing such great attention like that from Tan Tin was already enough for Tin Van to clearly understand, so the zombies were released by him. And so he was enraged to the point of screaming loudly. Using one trouble to solve another trouble, is your head full of manure? Tan Tin, however, calmly hummed as if he did not care about his teammate's spirit, eliminating one hateful guy, and even helping Little Tin Tin, truly fun. With a careless face but his tone turning serious, next the real business must be handled. At the same time, the Hu Duong group was still fiercely breaking through the formation of attacking monsters. Because the number was too great, he was gasping heavily. Qiu Hai could not help but voice his assessment. Zombies are getting more and more. While Duongfang was drenched in sweat lamenting, I am exhausted. Liu Kang, with the iron rod in his hand, was also facing extreme difficulty. If it goes on like this, it will not work. We must find where they are coming from and block the door. Otherwise, we will be worn out to death. As soon as those words fell, Hu Duong decisively risked himself to leave without giving anyone the chance to argue. Everyone hold on, let me go. Not far away, the zombies still opened wide their mouths, waiting for ripe fruit to fall. What regret when Ko Lang could still struggle right on the brink. Tan Tin, you bastard, dare to play me dirty. With eyes sharp and full of killing intent, perhaps the priority in his heart for elimination had already reserved the top place for Tan Tin as his fierce growl echoed, do not let me catch you, or you will not die peacefully. This aggressive scene was accidentally witnessed by Vu Hin from the safe place. Damn, the sniper is still alive. Vu Hin ground out each word through his teeth. We cannot let him climb up. We must take this chance to kill him. Otherwise we will be surrounded from all sides. Then with gnashing hatred, damn it, the gun was left outside. If only I could retrieve it. These angry words slipped out unintentionally, but clearly the listener, she, took them to heart. Suddenly a loud shout rang out as if to muster momentum, causing a shock that stirred up the horde of zombies. The vehicle rolled decisively, unclear whose idea it was, but it seemed the best transport for one wounded person and one without strength. Vu Hin, carrying self-made armed equipment with determination, charged straight ahead without a trace of her usual fear. Of course, those mindless monsters would not let them go because of their situation. They ignored whatever was before them, The priority was simply to bite and satisfy themselves. In return was her scornful yet worried smile. Ha ha ha, cornered now, want to bite me? I will break your teeth. At the same time, Vu Hin had found the weapon he was most skilled and familiar with. Got it. Without a bit of hesitation or wasted exclamation. As soon as he got it, he went into stance. The target naturally was Ko Lang, who contributed to the current chaos. However, things never always go as planned. He shouted anxiously, "Not good, vision is blocked." Vu Hin, still safe inside the iron cage, heard clearly. At this moment she no longer cared for unnecessary worry. Her gaze directly locked on the monsters surrounding. Over there, go over there. But Vu Hin resolutely opposed. No, too many zombies there, too dangerous. Yet Vu Hin emphasized with determined eyes, "Vu Hin, do you really regret not trusting me?" Those words from her made him glance briefly, yet he remained silent without replying. And then a long stream of determination poured out. "I do not want to leave Duong Duong, nor leave Sister Bang and Han. If doing this you can forgive me, can accept me, then no danger I will fear." As if to gather courage, she shouted loudly as if it could drive away all threats. "Damn zombies, I am not afraid of you." They just forced themselves to charge into the forbidden zone, thereby pushing down countless hateful ones. Vu Hin seized the opportunity extremely fast, raising the long gun immediately into aim. He directly fired and successfully made Ko Lang suffer a sudden agonizing pain. Because his arm went limp, it indirectly caused him to lose his support. In the end, he could only let himself fall into midair in fear. This time no miracle happened. Ko Lang landed right at the center of the zombie horde. Vu Hin, as the one coordinating and witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Hit him," while Vu Hin joyfully cheered, "Great." Unfortunately, at the moment they relaxed, she let one zombie bite into the unprotected lower body. That painful bite made Vu Hin scream loudly in agony. Finally, the pushcart became the cage that trapped her back. But before that, Vu Hin still forced herself to run and push the vehicle carrying Vu Hin far away, causing him to panic and cry out in extreme worry. Vu Hin, at this moment, her eyes no longer had light, only tears of regret brimming at the corners. Duong Duong, the one she silently called, was rushing on the path, searching for the source of the zombies. But while he was dashing, he suddenly stopped even though nothing unusual happened. As if by telepathy, Hu Duong turned his gaze toward where Vu Hin was in distress, falling into deep thought. Huck Duong in this place therefore completely did not know the specific situation and only had a feeling, as if someone was calling him. However, he hastily denied his own instinct, surely mistaken. After that he hurriedly left here with the sole goal of stopping the source that caused the wave of zombies. His hurried steps thus rushed straight forward without a trace of hesitation. The window at last was opened with him sticking his head out to inspect. The scene right below made Huck Duong startle. One zombie after another continued without end with the momentum of wanting to eat the whole prey alive. Their appearance forced him to steady himself. "So many, can I handle this alone?" "Phew, Huck Duong, now is not the time to fear. An Loi is not here. Protecting everyone is your responsibility." Having thought this to raise his spirit, he resolutely stepped forward. With momentum, without any hesitation or wavering, he hissed out each word through clenched teeth. "If I die, then I die. Risk my life with you." Just then, from the corner of Huck Duong's eye, he caught sight of something. It turned out to be the BJ-40 off-road vehicle Van Fong had driven, returning at last to the place, carrying sharp eyes and a resolute momentum. He with one breath tossed the hateful zombies blocking the way. Even with speed not being low, the car thus struggled forward, finally ramming straight into the door wide open by Tan Tin in order to shut it. Thanks to that, the monsters could only get stuck tight at the big door, then growl angrily. Because of the way of plugging the hole, Van Fong had to exit the off-roader through the top hatch. At the same time, Huck Duong's voice rang out and attracted the man's attention. "And Luke NHI," intending to launch a decisive battle, but now he only needed to extend a hand and wait. "Here." After pulling the man up successfully, the two stood firm in a place that could be considered temporarily safe. But first, the question Van Fong doubted most poured out of his mouth. What is this? Why did zombies break the back door? The truth Huck Duong grasped was only half. It was the sniper. Surely he is playing the old trick. Opening the back door to lure zombies in, you came just in time. And then he raised the next issue. Where are the others? He answered in a low voice, all inside. When he grasped the rough information, at last he determined to speed up. Let's go. Go help them. Under the full moon round like a delicious mid-autumn cake, in some place unclear whether corridor or what, but it seemed to receive only a little natural light. Tian Lei after a free fall finally woke up. Hurts. His gaze swept the whole scene, and then he also realized, this place is under the drain. Anxiety spread in his mind upon waking. What monster was that earlier? That black thing must be a part of it. Its real body hidden under the ground. I did not see it completely, but judging from the strength, it must be at least a tier 3 mutant. And then, without being completely carried away, Tian Lei's eyes turned to the pile of large rocks. The well mouth was blocked. This place is too cramped. If an attack like earlier comes, then there will be nowhere to hide. Must quickly find another exit. After a long while he suddenly remembered that Hong and Gaiet also fell into the same situation as himself. Right, where is that woman? Fortunately she had not gone too far, so he could circle here searching. After all, Tian Lei successfully discovered a pair of boots under the thick layer of stones. Thus he hurriedly dug with bare hands, not caring that the other had once wanted to kill him. Hey, are you all right? When the heavy coverings were removed from the body, Hong and Gaiet could finally clear her throat with air suddenly rushing in. Cough, cough, cough. Hot inside, cold outside, showing a double standard. Her resistance was revealed clearly. Do not need your concern. Then, because of moving too vigorously, she accidentally affected the wound, causing herself to draw a very deep breath. Seeing that, Tian Lei could not blame or mock anymore. Too serious. So he acted decisively by taking off his stylish coat. No matter how Hong and Gaiet was, the earnestness radiating from him was real. Must stop the bleeding first, and being refused by her again. Do not touch me. I told you I do not need concern. Finally unable to endure, Tian Lei directly shouted very loudly in her face, sit still. This attitude of his caused a bit of panic that should not have been in Hong and Gaiet's mind. Then she fell silent, letting him arrange everything. Your ribs are broken, internal organs likely injured. If you want to die, then keep being loud. Hong and Gaiet bit her mouth tightly, not clear whether from pain or from forcing down the discomfort of being cared for by an enemy. Meanwhile, Tian Lei's spirit focused on healing had reached a supreme level with a kindly reminder, endure it. As soon as the words fell, he decisively pulled out the shard, which was also the sharp blade piece Hong and Gaiet had been proud of, causing her, no matter how she tried, could not hold back a startling groan. Ah! After finishing everything, Tian Lei calmly assessed. Currently, this is all that can be done. Next, without letting her react, he continued, that mutant creature could appear at any time. Must think of a way to leave this place. After all, 2 people are better than 2. In short, he did not care about how their previous relationship had been and asked, how? He directly put forward a proposal that shook Hong and Gaiet's heart. Do you want to go with me? Do you want to go? Under the cave clearly covered with moss, showing that it had existed for an extremely long time, Tian Lei and Hong and Gaiet rarely had a moment to quietly walk step by step, feeling the way. Perhaps because of the silence he uttered words of emotion. You women are also strange. The body is always more honest than the mouth, saying no need but climbing up by yourself, making her snap back. This lady knows when to bend and when to stretch. Why should I let myself be in danger just because of anger? And then in a low voice when entering the main subject. But in the end, what was that mutant creature? Never seen such a thing before. Could it be a snake or some kind of worm? But Tian Lei indifferently replied, whatever it is, best that you do not meet it. Otherwise, in this environment, still having to carry this burden, then there is only the road of death. One word not fitting immediately succeeded in making Hong and Gaiet furious. Who are you calling a burden? while he almost fell over. Sit still. At this moment drops of water dripping created clear sounds. Suddenly she lowered her voice to speak. Hey, Tian Lei calmly replied. What? At last Hong Engayat could not restrain herself anymore and brought out the issue she doubted most. Why did you save me? If I died here then no one would compete for energy cores with you anymore, right? His eyes glanced straight back with silent pondering. Finally he gave an honest answer. Seeing death without saving is not my character. And with a serious face, Tian Lei mentioned the earlier issue. Besides, I also have to take you back to the base for interrogation. Making Hong Engayat angry, I knew right away you had no good intentions. Carrying hearing enhanced through countless temperings. Tian Lei's eyebrows furrowed tightly when he realized, there is a sound. And then the two of them just stayed silent as if waiting for something coming. Nothing pleasant. A huge ball just rolled straight toward them at a terrifying speed. Apart from freezing up, he only had one question. What is that? No matter that it was approaching the pair, Tian Lei still stood frozen as if waiting for it to stop. What a pity, that thing clearly not like a rock, but like a bizarre creature kept increasing friction under its body and struggled to rush at them, making the two panic. It charged through here. Tian Lei immediately turned and ran with legs not resting. However, that thing transformed into a monster with eyes bright like headlights quickly pounced. Just one glance, he still was not sure what exactly was chasing him, a mutant creature. Because she herself did not need to run, Hong Engayat could freely turn her head and shine the light. The horrifying face full of stabbing spikes directly appeared under the beam, bringing growling sounds. With just one glance she officially recognized it is a rat. But the situation ahead was clearly no less dire when Tian Lei's expression was not good at all. Because up until now the adventure had followed a straight path. Of course, when turning back it was the dead end they had faced before, a road of death. However, right behind, the rat monster had already chased near. Just one leap of its body almost caught the two prey within a hair's breadth. And because of Tian Lei's sudden turn, the light device in Hong Engayat's hand slipped out, the flashlight. Just like that it fell plop into the calm water below. But more surprising was when the rat monster leapt straight after to catch the flashlight. From its abnormal reaction, the two stopped with doubt and witnessed its tail swaying back and forth. Thanks to that, and with her extraordinary memory, Hong Engayat succeeded in solving the mystery that had made them fall. It turned out that earlier thing was its tail. And then both muttered the same words while turning. While it has not come out, hurry and run. Not clear whether the rat monster found the dropped item yet, but it was obvious it was truly angry, as if fooled badly. Carrying sharp teeth with pupils visible in the dark, it silently watched its prey running noisily in the cold, gloomy cave. After that, each step of Tian Lei again encountered difficulties to the point of staggering and creating unwanted wounds. Hong Engayat sitting on top therefore suffered considerable effect. Watch the road, being snapped back at by him, easy to say, so dark how to see. And then finally Tian Lei's foot stepped on the extremely familiar worm with a splat. Just hearing the sound made her hair stand on end with spine chilled. Ah, disgusting. Yet instead of passing through, he stood still in the area full of worms and strangely was not attacked even a bit. With a genius mind and rapid thinking, his eyes flashed the light of confidence. Got away. Once more he moved his legs, but this time with a clear and sure plan. These worms ran upward because they feared the mutant rat. Follow them to find the exit. At last, the journey of Tian Lei and Hong Engayat with the guide called the Swarm of Worms continued endlessly without knowing when it would end. A special point appeared in a place when that rosy wave poured into one direction. He also slowly carried her on his back, following closely behind. In front of them, not yet seeing any exit, but a lake even larger and wider than the rat monster that had leapt before. The pitch-black water surface gently rippled, reflecting the dim light like a gloomy mirror. Hong Engayat frowned as she smelled the stench. It was sewage. Countless worms from the sewer walls leapt down one after another, each wave bursting disturbing bubbles. Tian Lei observed carefully. Through those clues he made a deduction. The worms all jumped into the water. Underneath there must be a way out. Hearing that, she shivered with a cold spine, her voice trembling as she asked, "Do not tell me you plan to jump down." "Disgusting, I would rather die than want that." Suddenly, a strange noise echoed back, making both of them startled in fright. The growling sound grew clearer, resounding in the dark underground sewer. A giant mutant rat, with blazing red eyes and jagged fangs, charged while roaring savagely. Hong and Gaiet, who had hesitated before, now panicked and urged, "The rotten rat is chasing. Quick, jump! Quick, jump!" Tianlei had no choice. He held her tightly and instructed, "Hold on tight." Saying so, he took momentum, leapt with a long stride, and plunged into the water. Both of them splashed down. The swirling current separated them. Bubbles burst upward. Beneath, a strange pulling force dragged them away. They held their breath with all effort, struggling in the cold darkness. About a minute later, both emerged above the water surface, gasping hard, spurting out big gulps. A faint beam of light shone down from above, immediately catching their attention. Hong and Gaiet shouted in delight, "It is the exit." Tianlei nodded firmly. "Above is the surface." He at once carried her, step by step climbing the rusty iron ladder. Hong and Gaiet nimbly crawled out of the sewer mouth first. Her lips let out a small groan. "Huh." Tianlei was stepped on the shoulder by her carelessly. Annoyed, he urged, "Too heavy, hurry up." When he climbed out, the first sight that struck his eyes was her slender legs right in front. Hong and Gaiet lifted her chin, posing like a queen, looking down with disdain. HM. That moment made Tianlei realize he had been tricked. Her wound was fake. Her attitude was cold. "This is called war, not afraid of deception. Besides, I never pretended. You yourself exaggerated, thinking I was seriously hurt, demanding to carry me." Tianlei was so angry he could almost spit fire. "Deceitful woman, if I ever care about you again, I will not bear the surname Trio." Hong and Gaiet smiled wickedly. "Rest assured, you will not have that chance." He was completely disappointed. "Do not tell me you plan to repay kindness with enmity." Hong and Gaiet slowly sat down, her eyes turning complicated. "After all, today you saved me twice. If now I take advantage when you are in danger, then my conscience could hardly forgive me." Tianlei still did not fully trust her. "It is good you still have conscience." Her voice suddenly lowered, coldly whispering, "But you stole my first kiss. This grudge must be avenged." A bad premonition flashed. He grew alert. "So what do you want?" Before he could react, Hong and Gaiet grabbed his collar, pulled close and forced a kiss upon his lips. Then she pushed him hard to fall backward, tooth for tooth. "Now it is fair." Tianlei lost balance, flailing as he shouted loudly, "Eh." She did not care the slightest, calmly walked to the motorcycle. Tianlei slowly crawled up once again. She perched on the seat, revved the engine, and sped off like a storm. He shouted angrily, "Hey, stop right there." She proudly turned her head, curled her lips, and introduced, "I am Fuong Tu Din, remember that for me." In a blink, her figure and the sound of the engine only faded into the night. Tianlei frowned, unconsciously touched his lips, his heart in turmoil. What kind of game is this? He was utterly flustered as he thought of something. Could it be she likes me? Already 2 women in the house are too much to handle. Do not add another. In another place, steel gleamed. The cold blade reflected. Tan Tin held a sword and happily ran to report, "Sister Hong and Gaiet, I have arrived." But the only response was a pile of cold rubble. Tan Tin stood dumbfounded, his face pale. "Is it over already? What is this? It was supposed to be 2 against 1. Why not wait for me? Where is the trust between people?" Sister Hong and Gaiet, sob, sob, sob. Suddenly, the pile of rocks behind shook, stones clattered down. A mutant rat covered in blood, not yet dead, dragged itself out with bloodshot eyes. It growled ferociously, step by step lunging to tear prey to satisfy hunger. Tan Tin clenched his teeth and glared, roaring, "I am already upset, do not provoke me." He swung his sword. One sharp slash cut the rat in 2, blood splattering everywhere. Its body dissolved, leaving behind a golden crystal core gleaming. Tan Tin reached out to grab it. His lips curved in a satisfied smile. At least I got a crystal core, not a loss. The silent street was drowned in a thick night. Only the sound of cold wind slipped through the gaps of the abandoned buildings. Tianlei lightly jumped onto the window, silently sliding inside like a ghost. Before stepping down, he briefly paused to observe, his eyes sweeping over the swaying figures along the street outside. These zombies were really patient, surrounding until midnight without dispersing. Sometimes he even admired their tireless stamina. Finally, Tianlei decisively ignored it, turned and stepped straight into the pitch-dark building. Duongfang, seeing him, immediately sprang up. "Brother Lei, you are back." That voice made Tianlei momentarily startled. His steps slowed as his gaze swept across the scene before him. On the ground lay scattered zombie corpses, mixed with a dark bloody stench swirling around. Inside the room, aside from the 3 remaining teammates, everyone was covered in wounds. Only Tin Van remained intact. Tianlei furrowed his brows in confusion. What happened? Duongfang only sighed heavily, his tired eyes glancing at the chaos. "It is a long story," Liu Kang explained on behalf. "Not long after you two left, zombies broke through the back door and rushed in. That sniper also mixed in to chase us, but was finally shot by Wu Hin." Duongfang added, "Luckily Brother Luke returned in time, blocking the exit. But our injuries are not light. Wu Hin was shot." His eyes shifted hesitantly to one direction, and also, in the distance, Huck Duong was kneeling on the ground, his trembling arms holding Wu Hin tightly, his hoarse voice softly calling, "Wu Hin." Her body trembled, tears brimming, weakly sobbing. "Duong, Duong, I am sorry. I am too useless. I wanted to show myself better, but..." Before finishing, she coughed violently, dark red blood flowing from the corner of her lips. Cough, cough, cough. He worriedly stopped her. "Enough. You are badly injured. Do not speak any more." But Wu Hin still forced herself. Her eyes filled with urgency looked at her husband. "Duong, Duong, can you forgive me?" That question made Huck Duong fall silent, a deep, unspeakable sadness rising within him. His heart felt heavy like a rock. He whispered each word. "The one who should apologize is me. Deep inside, I always wanted to be recognized, wanted everyone's trust and respect like Brother Lei. So when you suggested I take the captain's position, I was actually happy. But I did not dare admit my vanity, nor wanted to fail my brothers. So after that incident, I kept telling myself it was you who incited me, tricked me, as if doing so would ease my conscience. In truth, the most hypocritical, weakest, most irresponsible person should be me." His voice choked, tears streaming. "Wu Hin, I am sorry. I know everything you did was for me." She reached out her thin, trembling hand to caress Huck Duong's cheek. "Hearing you say this is enough for me to be happy. Even death has no regret. But, I cannot bear to leave you, cannot bear to leave our child." These words exploded like a bomb, leaving everyone stunned. Huck Duong stared in shock, thinking he misheard. "What did you say?" Only now did Wu Hin reveal, "I am pregnant with our child. I just had no chance to tell you." In that instant, Huck Duong recalled the strange details before, awakening in surprise. "So that is why you took the golden duck." Duongfang also instantly understood. Stunned, he uttered, "So Sister Wu Hin is pregnant. No wonder she kept going to the bathroom." Then he turned to evaluate Tin Van, suspicious of his odd reaction. "Why are you looking at me? How would I know?" Wu Hin clasped hands with Huck Duong pleading. "Duong, Duong, save me. Do not let me die. Our family of 3 finally struggled to be together. I do not want to be separated." Finishing, her head throbbed violently, the pain making her whole body tremble. Huck Duong worriedly shook her. Wu Hin, hold on." Tianlei immediately warned, "The zombie toxin has activated. Tie her up quickly." Duongfang acted fast. "I will get the rope." Liu Kang and Van Fong tied Wu Hin. Huck Duong could not bear it and tried to rush to stop them. "Do not." Tianlei grabbed his shoulders, flipping Huck Duong. "Be rational. This is for her own good." At that moment, a weak voice suddenly rang out. "Tie me up too." Everyone turned in shock to see Wu Hin sitting on the ground, his whole body drenched in sweat, his face pale. On his arm, a vicious scratch had swollen purple, proving the cruel truth. Tian Lei and Huck Duong froze at once, their hearts stopping for a moment. Duong Fong was stunned, unable to believe, Brother Wu Hin, when? He struggled to reply, when I fired, one of them caught me. I am sorry, I cannot go with everyone until the end. The atmosphere in the room sank, silent to the point of suffocation. Despair enveloped all. Tian Lei quietly left, stepping into the dark storeroom. He screamed, his fists pounding the cold wall again and again. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What kind of captain are you? Cannot even protect your own members, yet talk about saving the world. What hero? The system hurriedly consoled. Master, calm down. Even if you are sad, do not vent on me. Besides, being infected by zombie virus is not without a cure. Hearing that, Tian Lei's eyes lit up. His breath quickened, his reason pulled back. You mean there is a way to save them? Thien Loi could not wait impatiently to press and ask. Hurry, say it. What is it? The system dizzy eyes reminded. Do not shake. Shake again, and I will be dizzy. It showed him a tube of green liquid. Exactly this, primary virus evolution liquid. It can change the biochemical virus in the human body, making the virus become beneficial to the body. Moreover, after injecting, it can produce antibodies, immune to zombie virus. The physique also becomes stronger. Thien Loi was shocked to recognize the familiar object. Is this not the thing I once injected? He angrily shouted loudly. Did you not say there was only one? You lied to me. The system immediately cut off. Listen to my explanation first. This evolution liquid can resist virus, but the effect depends on the host physique. Now only 1% success. Failure will turn into zombie. The thing you used is the original liquid. Success rate 100% totally different. Thien Loi sharply speculated. Then if successful it can live again, it corrected. To say exactly, it must be successful evolution. He became more dissatisfied. This damn thing, having good stuff but not saying earlier, if taken out earlier then Trin Dao would not have died. The system broke his illusion. Dream on. This evolution liquid only works on people infected by virus. Trin Dao died in physical way. Injection is useless. Moreover, this is data only sergeant or above knows. Luckily you just completed the rank. If not, then by rule I could not tell you. So when nothing happens, then keep killing zombies. If you level up earlier, then you would have known these things long ago. Work hard, work hard, work harder. The world is waiting for you to save. Thien Loi suppressed anger and ordered, this useless system, besides lying here beep beep, then knows nothing. Stop nonsense. Quickly give the evolution liquid to me. It comfortably gave out a condition. Fine, need 2 level 5 crystals to exchange. Hearing that, he was shocked. What, 2 crystals, and also level 5? The system indifferently affirmed. Of course, according to the rules only. Thien Loi fumbled, searching in storage space. The system already checked for him earlier. No need to search anymore. Until now he never obtained level 5 crystal. He fell into desperation, covering his face. Where must go to find level 5 mutated creature? It kindly reminded, did you not meet before? Because you guys were too scared so ran away. Thien Loi only had impression with one thing. You mean the spider in the subway? At the hall of the building. Wu Hin was tightly tied but still kept trembling. Huck Duong could only helplessly stand and watch her in pain. Wu Hin. At this time Lu Kang and Duong Fong also already tied Wu Hin. The face of Lu Kang was guilty. Wu Hin, sorry. He smiled without caring. If today you were bitten, then I would also do the same. After that carefully instructed them, Duong Fong, hold the gun. Whenever I cannot control anymore, then help me end it. That one was stunned. Brother Wu Hin. His attitude was serious. What, still need me to beg you? That one gritted teeth and made determination. Then stood up tightly, holding the gun in hand. The hand of Duong Fong trembled, not daring to pull the trigger. Finally loudly refused. Cannot, I cannot do it. Everyone has been together so long, sharing life and death. How can I bear to shoot? Even beat me to death, I still will not do. Thien Loi returned and placed his hand on her shoulder. Duong Fong looked at him stunned. Brother Loi. Thien Loi firmly declared, you are my person. If I do not allow you to die, then you cannot give up. Hear clearly. I know a way. Maybe? No, must be surely can save 2 people. Hearing that, Huck Duong joyfully hurriedly asked again. Brother Loi, you really say there is way to save Vu Hin and Vo Hin? Thien Loi entrusted responsibility to everyone. Before I return, this place is given to you. Huck Duong confidently assured. Just rest assured to leave it to us. The night gradually fell. The moon hung high in the sky. The entire basement sank into silence. Thien Loi, with gun on his back, carefully searching around, vigilance raised to maximum. He stopped at the place just now discovered the big spider. Now only saw a big hole on the glass left by its leg. The expression of Thien Loi was serious, no longer seen. Even this thick glass was shattered. The claws of this one are probably harder than diamond. He continued to go deeper inside, each step cautious. The space became darker, and more oppressive cocoon-like pupae were hung high. This scene looked extremely terrifying. Suddenly one cocoon appeared crack. A person from inside tore the cocoon and crawled out. In the underground basement there was clearly not a single trace of anything, not even signs of destruction. Thien Loi carried the heavy weapon that originally belonged to Vu Hin and step by step searched along the railway. The tension was carved deeply on his face, full of vigilance. Where did it go? Could it have left this place and gone up above? If so, then it will be very hard to find. Facing the train that still retained its beauty from before the apocalypse happened, the familiarity spread out of his mind at the moment he remembered the name, line number 3. And then in the end Thien Loi simply stepped up onto the vehicle that was still intact. The signs here suddenly pulled him back to the days of his youth. Remembering when he had just entered university, in order to earn tuition money, he always took this train to the suburbs to work after class. At that time there was an office worker brother who always met him. That man saw the school badge, knew he was a junior from the same school, so he took the initiative to talk. He often even gave him bread and drinks from his company. Later he found out that man pitied him for being hungry while working, so he intentionally bought for him. His eyes were full of reflection as he recalled that benefactor from years ago and asked himself, how is he now? If only he is safe it would be good. Without stopping at one place, Thien Loi went straight to the main cabin. The one who once sat there operating the journey in the past was now only a dried corpse. Seeing that, he was startled in his heart. Uncle Driver, as if to find back the old feeling and also out of curiosity, Thien Loi's fingers slowly slid over the keyboard full of characters. And more surprising was that the whole train suddenly resounded and came back to life. It even made Thien Loi, who only intended to test it, feel shocked. It could be started. Not only that, the series of resonant sounds suddenly grew louder and drew his attention. The whole entertainment center that should have been silent was now lively to the extreme. His legs could not stop at all before this strange transformation of the scenery before his eyes. When Thien Loi finally arrived, what he clearly heard was the music of this place echoing everywhere. Apart from being pensive, his expression was only 2 words, astonished. The music from the system echoed together with toys activated according to the cute songs. Father of Father is called. Father of Father is called Grandfather. Even the bubble guns were activated, blowing out dreamy things like fairy tales. Until this moment, Thien Loi still did not know what exactly this place was. Only one question, what is happening? With his own sharp eyes, he quickly caught sight of a figure quietly playing on the wooden carousel. But clearly the other almost had no life, with the body slumped down. However, carrying all kinds of doubts and moving closer, Thien Loi step by step approached to examine someone. Right in his sight was a school bag extremely familiar down to every detail. Thunder struck his ears. Thanks to that item he could recognize, Senior. The mixture of worry and joy at finding an old acquaintance made him rush forward without any vigilance. Senior, it is me, Thien Loi. This place is very dangerous. Come with me. I will take you to base number 6. Following his words, the body stiffly sat up like a puppet. When it officially stood up, it was no longer Thien Loi's senior. At this moment it was only a spider zombie without soul. This caused fear and mental shock greater than ever before. He thought the senior would stand still there with a dazed look. Unexpectedly, its mouth slowly opened wide, showing off the grand and even teeth. A leap resounded like thunder and like lightning. In no time, the former senior had turned into a zombie and entered the stance of devouring Thien Loy in earnest. Finally, there was no gentle and kind look anymore, only the ferocity from instinct in flesh and blood, as if roaring to summon its companions. Indeed, Thien Loy suddenly jolted when he realized something. In just a moment, group after group of spider zombies poured in. All had the only common point of terrifying growls together with the thick cluster of legs behind their backs. Clearly with slow speed, they were all heading directly toward one single and clear target. It was no surprise when they decided to tightly encircle the human named Thien Loy from all directions. Facing the abnormalities on their bodies, he clenched his fists as he understood. This group, they are not ordinary zombies. Facing the only human here, the spider zombies screamed madly with intense hunger. They rushed forward and charged straight at the target in front. Without the slightest hesitation or study, the heavy weapon in Thien Loy's hand was directly used. Every shot struck exactly in the head of them and never missed. But something more terrifying happened behind that made his brows furrow in shock. It turned out that no matter how hard Thien Loy tried, what came back was the spider zombie still intact, roaring and flying toward him. This made him so scared that as he turned he could not help but shout, "What is this?" Headshot suddenly has no effect. Even while running, he urged the so-called main god to speak clearly. "System, come out here for me. What kind of monsters are these?" Waiting for the order of the host, it finally spoke immediately, scanning. "This is second-generation mutant. Like Ngoban, after being infected by virus, the body was damaged for unknown reason, or another gene source invaded, forming special mutant form. Their weakness is no longer in the brain, so even if destroyed it has no effect." In the critical moment, Thien Loy hurriedly urged, "Then where is their weakness? How to deal with them?" The system answered vaguely, "Currently information about second-generation mutants is very rare, because they are more complex than common mutants, unpredictable, and each mutant form is different, so cannot determine their weakness. To stop them, only one way is to erase their entire body." The speed of the spider zombies grew faster and soon shortened the distance. Suddenly, from his sight, Thien Loy recognized something. It was the colorful ball pit that made him sigh. So high. But clearly at present, life mattered more, so he decisively jumped over the fence. It did not matter anymore. Ignoring the sharp barbed wires, finally Thien Loy succeeded in diving into the physical ocean made of countless green balls. As soon as he landed, unfortunately the spider zombies noticed and imitated that action. Then the whole group dove straight into the netted fence, and clearly they did not have the intelligence to use strength to stretch it apart. At the same time, Thien Loy emerged from the deep bottom of the ball pit. Just escaping from the hardship, he was deeply startled. Luckily for this pile of plastic balls, if not my butt would bloom. He even looked up to sneer at those mutant monsters. He, idiots. No matter how fun here was, Thien Loy did not care. "You guys just play here." Wandering in the basement, he began to complain about faraway things. "I have read novels. Systems of others are all golden fingers. Hacks, good equipment. You not even update data storage. Every time only some useless information. Not ashamed." But it mocked him reasonably. This system is not the producer, only the worker transporting documents, exploring the apocalypse, gathering information to provide for the rear to analyze is the host's mission. What you said is only youthful illusion. True heroes are not easy like that. The tall tower of 10,000 feet is built from the ground up. Success can only rely on yourself. Young man, still the same words, you must work harder. These words were not the answer Thien Loy wanted, so no wonder he was furious. Say more and believe it or not I will abandon you. Not do any more. The system hurriedly said, "Host, calm down. Your important teammates are still waiting for you to save their lives." Suddenly something came, making his enhanced hearing notice. "What sound is that?" Then Thien Loi turned his eyes to the place that drew his attention. This place was not unfamiliar but long abandoned, covered by thick cobwebs. With no fear or hesitation, he wandered step by step in the desolate space, just like the noodle shop before. Looks like this spider nest is not only one. At that moment, the place filled with human-shaped cocoons lying quietly suddenly split apart in terror, making Thien Loi startle when he looked. In just 1 minute, the spider zombie officially was born from the cocoon, many times larger than its body. The next second, the slimy legs slowly wriggled. Finally, the whole body stood upright and began to get used to the flow of power rushing inside. Not stopping there, not only one but a series of remaining cocoons also chose this moment to hatch. In front of Thien Loi was about to form another chasing group again. Therefore he could only step back because he understood, they are mutants. Not only in front, even the rustling sound behind was made by powerful claws. Thien Loi was stunned when he heard the system notification, they are chasing. And the leader clearly was no stranger, or rather no strange zombie. He hurriedly took stance when he saw the figure of his former benefactor flickering in the air thanks to the agility of hairy legs. Finally, it officially landed with hostility shown from the cells. At this moment, Thien Loi also prepared to aim and shoot with intent to kill. But the memories of being together in the past slowly drifted in his mind, forcing him into an extremely difficult life choice. Senior, however, it already decided before him by directly leaping toward the barrel of Thien Loi's gun. When the senior carried the spider-mutated form close, Thien Loi immediately opened fire toward it. At that very moment, it used its long leg to seize the chance and knock the weapon out of his hand to one side. Then it opened its mouth to roar, screaming loudly throughout the space. When the next leg attacked, Thien Loi quickly dodged to avoid a deadly strike. Next, he nimbly leapt backward just as the senior advanced. He clenched his teeth with his body tensed, ready to counterattack at any moment. At this time that senior jumped high to gain momentum, intending to pounce on him. Then suddenly a spider silk appeared and wrapped around his neck. The incident happened so abruptly that Thien Loi was startled and froze on the spot. In that instant, the silk retracted and pulled him along. Finally, he became a delicious meal for the giant spider. It kept biting and devouring the senior's body, gnawing far more than necessary. Witnessing this scene, he panicked and shouted loudly, "Senior!" But the spider paid no attention and still raised its head to try to swallow down its throat. After chewing heartily for a while, it belched out the leftover fragments. Not stopping there, it continued to shoot its silk forward. They moved one after another to capture the remaining zombies, even the newly born ones, and naturally all shared the same fate of becoming the energy source of the giant spider. Observing the events, Thien Loi was shocked. It is hunting those mutated people. At this time the system also sounded, I understand now, these people are all its food. It cannot digest too much food at once, so it uses the spider silk to gather them together, waiting until it needs nutrition. Then it will drag them out to eat. To preserve the food well, it will wrap them into thick cocoons. Because the spider silk contains virus, these people become infected, leading to mutation, becoming this form. Rage burst out. Thien Loi clenched his teeth furiously, daring to do this to the senior. Damn it. After that he raised his gun and fired shot after shot continuously at the beast in front of him. His attack continuously targeted its legs, but to no effect because the shell was too hard. This successfully drew the attention and anger of the big spider. It opened its mouth wide and frenziedly lunged at the one who kept causing trouble. When its leg struck down at Thien Loi, he quickly dodged at the last moment. Then he swiftly clung onto its other limb. Next he used his strength to spring up onto the body of the big spider. From above, it could not reach him because the lower part was stuck with its huge belly. Realizing this, the system excitedly exclaimed, "Great! This is its blind spot of attack." Thien Loi also added a scolding, "Damn spider, you cannot catch me now." Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he drew his weapon with iron determination, sending you to hell. Then aiming straight at the head, he concentrated his force on one point to deal a fatal blow, sending you away, making you die, perish at once for me. Being struck repeatedly but unable to do anything, it furiously roared. Then it sacrificed by twisting back its leg so that it could move more flexibly. While he was attacking eagerly, a bad premonition suddenly rose, causing Thien Loy to quickly raise his head. The sound of the system echoed just as its leg swept across him. Host, be careful. Thien Loy, with swift reflexes, successfully landed safely on the ground. Its legs at this moment twisted back to their original positions so that it could continue moving again, as if to block him from climbing up. Seeing this bizarre scene, he was astonished. Damn it! Its claws suddenly turned back. The system, seeing this, also marveled. 360-degree transformation. This spider is too powerful, worthy of a level 5 mutated creature. Must record this, he angrily shouted. Is this the time you praise the enemy? But before he could prepare anything, the big spider once again started the chase with the system shouting, "Here it comes again." While Thien Loy ran desperately, escape first, then think later. His legs moved swiftly, accelerating continuously to distance himself from it as quickly as possible. But with 8 proud long legs, in just an instant, it nearly closed in on its target. And so man and spider chased each other along the deserted road. While moving, suddenly Thien Loy's gaze froze as if he saw something. A warning board with large clear letters, "Railway tracks, no passing, beware electric shock." As soon as he saw it, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind, perfectly fitting the current situation. Got it. In the quiet subway hall suddenly appeared a huge, aggressive spider. Wherever it moved, its legs sank deep into the ground. At a disadvantage in terrain, it glanced around, then suddenly froze. What struck its eyes was a solid black beam that could be clung to. Without hesitation, the spider spat silk and shot upward. When the web stuck firmly to the surface, it swung across. Then it landed on the railway track. However, as soon as its leg touched a spark of light, it was instantly transmitted into its body. The strong current quickly spread from its legs to its head. This caused its body to be paralyzed, unable to move. At that very moment, a dazzling light burst forth in front. The train roared ahead on the track at terrifying speed. Thien Loy controlled the vehicle with determined will. "Damn spider, this time you have no way out." Then, without hesitation, he pushed the lever hard forward. Die. The entire operating system immediately accelerated, rushing forward. Then it shot ahead at terrifying speed, regardless of any obstacles blocking the way. The spider at this time could only stand still, screaming, unable to do anything. In an instant, its body was pierced through and disappeared into the void. A few seconds later, when the crystal nucleus lay in his hand, the system sounded a notification. "Congratulations, host, for eliminating a level 5 mutated creature." The data board displayed a notice of upgrade for the storage space. Seeing each item updated, Thien Loy exclaimed excitedly, "Ammunition, medicine, transportation tools, even timed bombs." He nodded in amazement. The system is too powerful. A single step to the sky. Compared with the previous space, this is truly a leap. However, it did not let him rejoice for even a few seconds. "Host, do not be too happy too soon. Although the space is larger, to use the items inside still requires exchange with nuclei," he complained. "I know no need for you to say, before going back I still have to do this one thing." At this time, the people mutated into spiders were still wandering around that area. Each explosive charge was now quickly placed by Thien Loy in every corner. After finishing, he calmly stepped away from the place of sorrow. Facing the tunnel of the train, Thien Loy pressed the trigger with longing. "Senior, rest in peace." Immediately an explosion occurred, burning away everything that remained. Time gradually moved into night. The moon hung high, floating in the silent sky. On the empty road, a car sped like lightning through all the streets. Thien Loy drove while feeling, a multi-million SUV truly is different, going fast like flying. With this speed, we will return to Thuon Ha before dawn. Though very delighted, he still did not forget the mission, so he spoke. "System exchange primary evolution fluid." In an instant, a small vial appeared. making him surprised. So small, the system explained. This is a trial version, just one use. If you want more, you must continue upgrading, opening a higher level space. Then Thien Loi gripped the steering wheel tightly and angrily questioned. Spent so much effort, barely managed to kill that spider monster, yet only one person can be saved. But that cold voice again echoed firmly, correct. At this time he could only grit his teeth in frustration without being able to do anything. A while later he finally returned to the old place where everyone was waiting. Thien Loi slowly walked in carrying a heavy heart. As soon as they saw him, Duong Fong happily shouted, "Brother Loi, you are back," Van Fong quickly reported. "They are about to collapse." To grasp the situation clearly, Thien Loi asked in detail, "How is it?" Then he went forward, casting his eyes at Vu Hin, tied to a pillar, fainted from pain. Meanwhile Vu Hin gritted his teeth, enduring spasms of numbness. At this moment Huck Duong hurriedly ran out in worry. "Brother Loi, did you find some evolution fluid?" Thien Loi nodded firmly, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. "Found it already." Hearing this news, everyone rejoiced with him, shouting, "Great!" However, that joy did not last long before shocking news came next. "But there is only one." Huck Duong startled, confirming the words again. "You mean only one person can be saved?" Duong Fong's face twisted with worry. "What should we do then?" Tin Van immediately made a suggestion. "In this situation, the fairest is to draw lots. There is only one vial of evolution fluid. Of course, it must be used on the person of greater value. I propose saving Vu Hin." Luke Hang at the same time expressed his opinion. "I agree. Vu Hin has always been the right hand for us. Many times on this route, it was thanks to him protecting us that we made it this far. The team cannot lack him." Kiu Hai added a vote in favor. "I agree too. Earlier, if not for Vu Hin, we would have been killed by the sniper." Huck Duong emotionally objected immediately. "Then Vu Hin deserves to die for sure. If not for Vu Hin risking her life to provide cover, then Vu Hin could not have acted. She was bitten by zombies because she saved us. You cannot let her die." But Tin Van gently spoke the reality. "If she does not die, then Vu Hin must die. Moreover, previously she did many bad things. Even if she does one good deed, it does not erase the past. Normally you and Vu Hin treat each other like siblings, but at the crucial moment you turn toward an ugly woman. Being brothers with you is really not worth it." Huck Duong lowered his head, his voice trembling. "I know what I say is selfish. Very sorry to Vu Hin, but my younger sister is gone. Now Vu Hin and the baby are my last relatives. I cannot lose them." After finishing, he kneeled and bowed his head to Thien Loi. "Brother Loi, I beg you." Thien Loi silently looked at the brother before him. Van Fong and Duong Fong felt some reluctance. "Telling me to sacrifice a pregnant woman, I cannot do it. I also do not want Sister Vu Hin to die." Tin Van, like a machine, immediately tallied the numbers. "Now it is 3 versus 3. What do you plan?" Thien Loi still brooded, avoiding their eyes. He brusquely gave a reminder. "There is no time to think. Once a person infected by virus 1 becomes a zombie, they are beyond saving. Delay any longer and both will die." At this moment a weak voice came from behind. "Brother Loi." Vu Hin slowly spoke out her own request. "Save her." Thien Loi exclaimed in surprise. "Vu Hin?" He only smiled and explained, "I am alone. Even if I die, there will be no regrets. Being able to know everyone, risk my life fighting with everyone. Living until now is enough to satisfy me. If using a woman and child to exchange for my life, even if I live, my conscience will not be at peace." Thien Loi's voice full of self-reproach. "Vu Hin, sorry. It is my uselessness that cannot save you." His face became serious and resolute. "You will forever be my good comrade. I swear, I will personally end this apocalypse, avenge you." Huck Duong burst into tears, moved. "Vu Hin, forgive me." Even in pain, Vu Hin still smiled in contentment. Thien Loi stepped quickly toward Vu Hin. Huck Duong grabbed her shoulders to comfort. "Vu Hin, do not be afraid. There is medicine now. You will be fine." Just as Thien Loi prepared to inject the drug, he startled and froze when he discovered something unusual. Huck Duong asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Two cold words escaped his mouth. Too late. Looking at Vu Hin in front, Thien Loi announced the truth. She is dead. Each word struck straight into Huck Duong's mind. Thien Loi regretfully explained, the evolution fluid only works on someone just infected. Once the body is completely dead, the virus occupies the whole body, controls the brain, even injection is useless. His eyes widened to the fullest, his voice almost lost. Impossible. Vu Hin has not died. She just spoke to me. How could she be dead? Grasping his hand, he kept repeating, she is only comatose. Brother Loi, inject her quickly. Seeing Huck Duong lose control, everyone stepped forward to restrain him. Do not be like this. Calm down. Vu Hin's body began to show obvious changes. She trembled in waves. The large movement attracted everyone's attention. Vu Hin now had completely turned into a zombie, screaming savagely. Everyone could not help but be stunned. After all, she had accompanied them for such a long time. Vu Hin struggled trying to break free from the ropes. Van Fong reminded, she has turned into a zombie. Luke Hang turned and called, not good. The rope is about to break. Fire quickly. Qiu Hai immediately obeyed, raising the butt of his gun. Before he could pull the trigger, a voice stopped him. Stop. Huck Duong at some point stepped forward to block the front. No one is to harm Vu Hin. Tin Van frowned and shouted, Huck Duong's vote. Are you crazy? Over here Vu Hin had reached the limit, coughing up blood continuously. Duong Fong ran over to support him. Brother Vu Hin is not well. Thien Loi immediately turned to observe the situation. Without hesitation he ran over, skillfully injected the medicine into Vu Hin's arm, then slowly withdrew waiting for the result. After being injected with the medicine, Vu Hin no longer had a painful expression. Duong Fong worriedly turned to ask, Brother Vu Hin, is he all right now? Thien Loi denied that assumption. It still cannot be determined now. This medicine has only 10% success. We still have to observe. If Vu Hin passes through tonight without mutation, then it will be all right. Then he gave an order, take Vu Hin into the storage room. Let him rest for a while. The two quickly moved forward to untie the ropes. All right. Tin Van at the right moment raised a question. But where did you get that medicine? He pressed question after question. Is it really that miraculous? Why is there only one? And if the medicine truly works, it could save many people. Why did you not bring it out earlier? A mysterious smile appeared on his face, as if you are hiding many things from us. Because of these words, everyone focused all their attention. Thien Loi scratched his head. This matter, his mind spinning non-stop. He could not say the system told him how to hide it now. Lying is not his strength. It seemed he had to push it onto someone they could not question. He decisively threw the blame to another person. The commander told me. The base expert team is researching medicine to treat the zombie virus. After so long, there is a bit of progress. This vial is the only finished product. The commander knew this trip was dangerous, so he entrusted it to me. When the mutant spider attacked us, I accidentally dropped it at the subway station, so I went back to find it. Qiu Hai believed immediately. So that is how it was. Duong Fong widened his eyes in amazement. Then from now on we will not have to fear zombies. Great, humanity is saved. Thien Loi pretended to fabricate the lie, but now it is still in testing. Moreover, the success rate is very low. So the commander instructed this is a confidential matter. I am not allowed to tell others. Van Fong nodded in agreement. That is right. Now this medicine is humanity's only hope. If in the end it does not succeed, people will be disappointed, causing chaos. Luke Hang without any doubt instructed, everyone act as if you did not see this today. After we return, remember to keep your mouth shut. Do not tell anyone. Only the old fox. Tin Van asked back, really? Thien Loi felt irritated inside. This bastard, why does he doubt so much? If he were not Tram Tam Duck's younger brother, I would have wanted to kick him out long ago. At this moment over there Huck Duong was trying to reach his wife. Vu Hin, it is me. I am Huck Duong. Vu Hin now no longer had any reason left. She only knew to scream at the scent of human flesh in front of her. Huck Duong painfully faced the cruel reality. It is my fault. I should not have treated you like that. I beg you turn back. You told me our family of 3 must always be together. He lowered his head, sobbing again and again. Why did it turn out like this? That scene made Thien Loi feel a sense of loss. He stepped forward to comfort him. I understand your feelings, but now she has completely mutated. Doing this, you will put yourself in danger. Huk Duong remained silent without a word. Then he spoke bitterly. Vu Hin turned into this? You must be very happy. Thien Loi, startled, repeated, What do you mean? Huk Duong repeatedly accused him. I know how important Tram Tam Duck is to you. Vu Hin harmed her. Though outwardly you appeared generous, but in your heart you still minded. So even if you could save Vu Hin, you still would not. Of course, a best brother, a right-hand man, and over there is a woman, only a follower with a criminal record. Of course you would choose the first one. The more he spoke, the harsher it became. Luke Hang intervened. It is not that Thien Loi did not want to save your wife. It is that she was infected by the virus too deeply. It was too late. Duong Fong also tried to persuade. Brother Huk Duong, do not misunderstand. If Brother Loi considered you only a follower, then why would he give you the right to be team leader? Huk Duong ignored it and spoke sarcastically. Really, team leader sounds nice. He shouted directly into Thien Loi's face. A team leader only waiting at the base to take care of women. Cannot even open the door of the warehouse, then who wants to be that? Was it not during public voting? Was it not supposed to be me? All of you outside, on the surface you treat me as brother. In fact, you all look down on me. Thien Loi could not believe it and asked back. Huk Duong, we have been brothers for so long, but you think of us like that? He gnashed his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. Is it not so? From beginning to end, only Vu Hin truly treated me well. But I, because of you, harmed her. The one who should die is me. Vu Hin, do not worry, I will definitely save you. Then Huk Duong picked up a piece of cloth from the floor, tied it across Vu Hin's mouth. Everyone saw his actions and tried to stop. What are you doing? It is too dangerous. You will be bitten. He no longer cared about anything. Do not come here. Resolute in his decision, Vu Hin was very right. I will not lose to you. What you can do, I can also do. If you can find medicine, then I can also find it. He lifted Vu Hin neatly onto his shoulder, leaving behind words of severance. Triu Thien Loi, from now on I am no longer your brother. He decisively turned and left without looking back. Thien Loi watched his back, full of thoughts. Huk Duong left decisively like that. Duong Fong anxiously called after him. Brother Huk Duong. Thien Loi raised his hand to stop him. Let him be. Letting him calm down a bit is good too. Everyone has been tormented all night and is tired. Find a place to rest and regain strength. Tomorrow no one knows what will happen. A long night passed like that. Everyone had fallen into a deep sleep after the exhausting battle. Tin Van suddenly opened his eyes. Carefully he sat up slowly. Gently he stepped outside. He looked around, dazed. Where did it go? It was clearly nearby. Unexpectedly he had an unexpected harvest. There is an antidote that can resist the zombie virus. Even that place could not research it out. If I can analyze the components inside, I could run rampant in the apocalypse. Suddenly a voice cut off Tin Van's thoughts. Are you looking for this? It turned out Thien Loi had anticipated it. Holding the syringe from earlier, Tin Van pretended to dodge the question. I do not know what you are talking about. I was hungry, so I went out to find something to put in my mouth. Is that not allowed? But everything had been discovered by him. Do not pretend anymore. You are in the same group as that sniper. Tell me, who else is behind you? What is your purpose in infiltrating our base? He did not expect Thien Loi to be so quick. He chuckled teasingly. Exposed already. Tin Van was curious how he had seen through him, but I did not reveal any flaws. How did you find out? Thien Loi gently recounted. Since the first time I met you, I knew you were not simple. With that speed and sharpness, you must have broken through to extreme human limits long ago. That is not something an ordinary person can do. The sniper as well. Vu Hin's scope must be a top-grade military optic to reluctantly shoot that way. I checked his scope. It was ordinary. Yet he shot more accurately than Vu Hin. Thien Loi asserted firmly, "It can only prove one thing. His vision far exceeds normal people. If I am not mistaken, then both bodies have been modified." Then he clinched the key point. "Moreover, earlier you slipped one sentence." Earlier Tin Van had said, "There is no time to think. Once a person infected by virus becomes a zombie, they are beyond saving. Prolonging it will make both die." Thien Loi argued sharply, "How would an ordinary person know this?" Making Tin Van clap in admiration. "Very observant. No wonder he is the person named there." Originally not wanting to act against him, but he already knew too much. He braced himself and lunged straight forward. "I have to be unceremonious now." Thien Loi nimbly jumped high to dodge the attack. Tin Van was astonished by the speed, too fast. In midair he used momentum to somersault, preparing to land. Landing lightly as if it were routine, Thien Loi gathered force in his body, unleashed a series of continuous punches. Tin Van both reacted and wondered, "How can this be? Is he really Trio Thien Loi? The level is far beyond last time. In such a short time, how did he become so strong?" Inside he rejoiced. "This is the power when I become a sergeant. Quick, sharp, speed, strength. Compared to before, it is like a king fighting a boy." Thien Loi evaluated Tin Van before him. The opponent's movements seemed to have slowed by 0.5 times. He excitedly kept throwing moves, feeling like flying. A decisive, powerful kick, so satisfying. Tin Van was impacted to the point of spitting blood. Fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud. He tried to get up. Thien Loi approached, looking down from above. The two faced each other for a moment. Suddenly Tin Van looked back and shouted, "Sister, why did you come?" Then immediately played dirty and attacked. "There is an opening." Before he could do anything, his arm was blocked. Thien Loi scorned the previous scene. Childish trick. Who would fall for that trap? Fall for... Thien Loi summoned an axe from the system space. This made Tin Van open his eyes wide in shock at the object that suddenly appeared. He raised his hand high and swung the axe forward, seeing the sharp blade getting closer and closer. Tin Van panicked. His face drained of all blood. He was serious. Perhaps he would die. Immediately the dogleg knelt down and begged, "Brother-in-law, show mercy. If I die, then my sister will be heartbroken." Thien Loi was speechless and glanced down at his leg. "Brother-in-law," without hiding his disgust. He kicked him once. "Stop using your sister as a shield. If Tam Duck knew you were with those who wanted to kill us, then she would not forgive you either." Tin Van took the chance to explain, "I admit that I came to the base with a purpose, but I never intended to harm you. If not then when the zombies attacked, I only needed to fold my arms and watch. If you do not believe, you can ask the Liu family brothers. Just now, if it were not for me, then you would only have seen their corpses." Thien Loi still firmly repeated, "If you want me to believe you, then show sincerity. Answer my earlier question. Otherwise I will have to apologize to Tam Duck." Tin Van paused for a moment. Finally he sighed deeply and decided, "All right, I will tell you everything." He began to open his heart about the past. "Surely you also know that my sister and I are half-siblings. My sister lived in Du Chao since childhood, while I moved with my parents to Nam Than. When the zombie outbreak happened, he was studying at school. At that time the stadium was extremely chaotic. Those mutated people crazily bit and tore everywhere. For a child, that incident was too big. He was terrified, did not know what to do, had to follow the teacher and the students. They barely managed to run to the bus, but were surrounded by zombies. The ugly zombies frenziedly rushed forward, craving the delicious prey before them. They attacked mercilessly, pushing each person down to bite apart. The chaotic scene along with desperate screams. Tin Van lay prone trying to cover his mouth. In the end only he survived. After that he took the chance to rush home, eagerly pushing the door open to find shelter. What met his eyes was the back of Kim Deep with strange sounds. As she turned her head, it turned out she had already become a zombie, in her hand still holding the flesh of some living animal. Tin Van collapsed and could only cry out, "Mother." Kim Deep smelled the scent of fresh meat, instinctively searching. Once she identified her target, she fiercely rushed forward, pressed her own son down decisively. Tin Van's tears fell heavily. He desperately shouted, "Mother, it is me. I am Tin Van." But now Kim Deep no longer had any human reason left. She opened her mouth full of sharp teeth as if wanting to swallow him whole. At that exact moment, a sharp blade cut through her head. Blood sprayed as Tin Van could not even process what had happened. Kim Deep screamed in pain, then collapsed to the ground. Tin Van looked in that direction. Luckily Ngo Quan had arrived in time to protect him. "Tin Van, it is all right now." He clutched at him like a drowning man grabbing straw. "Father, father." Hugging him, he cried in fear, "Father, what on earth happened? Why did mother become like that?" Ngo Quan hurriedly explained briefly. Father also does not know. Suddenly everyone turned into zombies like in the movies, going everywhere biting people. "Your mother and I wanted to go to school to find you. But as soon as we went out the door, the neighbor girl bit her." Before he could finish speaking, from outside, zombies rushed in. He panicked at the situation. "It is over. They have come in." Quickly, he pulled Tin Van toward the nearby window. He pulled out a key. Ngo Quan instructed him carefully. "Take the car key. Quickly go to the garage. Drive away from here." How could Tin Van go first? He hurriedly persuaded. "Father, let us go together." He only slightly rolled up his sleeve, showing the place where the zombie had injured him. His eyes darkened. The only support was also gradually crumbling. Ngo Quan looked carefully at his son's face, full of unwillingness. "Sorry, father cannot go with you." The zombies at terrifying speed launched a full attack towards the father and son. Ngo Quan quickly pushed Tin Van. "It is too late. Run quickly. Father will block them." Tin Van, though knowing the result, still desperately begged, "Do not, father. Mother is already dead. Do not abandon me alone." He strongly slapped him, making him stunned. "You are a man. Do not say such cowardly words." He raised his hand, touched his cheek, muttering, "Father." Ngo Quan firmly urged, "You are not alone. Find your sister Tam Duck. Help father take care of the girl." The zombies impatiently advanced closer and closer. Without hesitation, he pushed Tin Van out of the window. "Go." Because he was not prepared, the landing was quite hard. From above, Ngo Quan looked down and spoke his last words. "Father is sorry. Father could not protect you. You too must live strongly on." Behind him was the cause leading to those tragedies. Ngo Quan angrily raised the knife. "I will fight you to the death." Though he tried to resist, but their numbers were too many. Soon he was overwhelmed. Seeing his father's figure disappear through the window, Tin Van screamed in grief, "Father!" But he still had to continue to live, not to waste his father's protection. Then escaped from Nam Than. Not long after, the car also ran out of fuel. He had to abandon the car and run on foot. Not knowing how long he ran until exhausted. Tin Van lay flat on the ground gasping, thinking this time he would surely die. At that moment, he met a few people. They appeared mysteriously before him. They led Tin Van to a place. There were many lucky people like that. He thought he had met saviors, but a few days later discovered something was wrong. Although every day water and food were given, they were strictly confined, lost all freedom. Moreover, every day someone was taken away, then never returned. Once Tin Van found an opportunity to knock out a guard, ran out, but was finally caught. He was taken to a place where everywhere was white. Then he saw many people wearing lab clothes injecting medicine into people. They tied Tin Van tightly on the table, ignoring his resistance, doing something. He struggled hard. "No, do not come here, let me go." Then injected some substance into Tin Van's body. "No." The flow of memories gradually reached its end. After that, I learned they were a secret organization named X. Since the apocalypse happened, they went everywhere looking for survivors, using their bodies for experiments. It was a type of medicine they developed. After injection, it could change the human body structure, gaining abilities beyond normal people. But only a few with special constitutions could adapt. Most died from immune reactions, exploding the body or turning into zombies. Thien Loi pondered and commented, sounds very much like evolution serum. Tin Van nodded in confirmation. It is indeed similar, but that medicine only changed the functions of normal human bodies. It could not resolve the infected zombie virus. He questioned further, you and that sniper because of injecting that medicine have special abilities. He did not deny, that is right. We lucky ones were called evolvers. Once evolution succeeded, we had to be loyal to the organization, serve the organization. Moreover, from then on had no names, but used code names. For example, my code name is a Tin. His code name is Kolang. Thien Loi sharply asked to the point, is there in your organization a woman named Fuang Tu Din? This made Tin Van startled. How do you know? His eyes avoided, his face slightly sulking. I once fought with her. Tin Van shrugged and revealed, she is the one trusted by the boss. Code name is Hong and Gaiet. Although her combat strength is not the strongest, but she has very strong ability in finding crystal cores, considered a crystal core harvester. Hearing the key point, Thien Loi raised an eyebrow. Crystal core. He kindly explained, it is a thing inside mutated creatures. That medicine is extracted from crystal cores. The higher the level, the stronger the effect of the crystal core, the more powerful the ability of the evolver after injection. This made him deduce the cause, so crystal cores also have such effects. No wonder she repeatedly followed me to take them. Tin Van could not help but sigh. Even she took action. It seems the organization is very eager to have you. Thien Loi asked, puzzled, you mean those people are all targeting me? He looked at him with a dumb face. Of course. Hong and Gaiet, Tan Tin, Ko Lang are all elite figures of the organization. Do you think prey like the Liu family is worth them spending so much effort? He still did not stop wondering. But I have nothing to do with that organization. Why do they want to catch me? Tin Van, after talking for a while, also became a bit tired. It is because your performance makes them too irritated. Do not talk about ordinary people. Even the strongest evolver could not alone repel the zombies. Killing so many mutated creatures, such good material, those people will not let go. These words made Thien Loi weary. Truly people fear fame, pigs fear fat. Suddenly more enemies. He became more curious. If so, then catching me counts as you making a great achievement. You have many chances to act more than them. Why do you help us? This questioning made Tin Van hesitate for a moment. In the end, he still chose to speak frankly. Because I want to escape from that place. Escape from that. Tin Van confided about the real reason he appeared. The organization sent me into the base to probe intelligence inside the base. I was hired by Quach Lan Hao also because of him. He is the commander. By staying beside him, I could approach the military headquarters. But unexpectedly, I met my sister there. I had agreed with my father to take care of her in his place, to survive together. But as long as I had not left the organization, I always had to live under their control, even threatening the safety of my sister. He was full of determination, so I must escape from them. Thien Loi was calmer than ever. Why must I believe you? Tin Van firmly promised. Indeed, I once lied not a few times, but I will not risk my sister's safety. Those words put him into deep thought. At that moment Duong Fong rushed out. An Loi, something is wrong. He panted anxiously, reporting, Vu Hin, brother Vu Hin. The call made both realize the situation had a problem. They hurriedly ran inside. At that time everyone was still trying to stop Vu Hin. Vu Hin, stop quickly. Like that you will hurt yourself. He already had signs of turning into a zombie. His violent struggle threw Van Fong and Kiu Hai away. Luke Hang hurriedly reminded, catch him. They continued to hold him down together. Despite Vu Hin roaring madly, Thien Loi was stunned. What happened? Duong Fong immediately explained. Brother Vu Hin was normal. Suddenly he went crazy. With terrifying strength, we could not stop him. He deduced right away. Could this be the effect of the evolution serum? System, why does Vu Hin have this reaction? The system truthfully answered. This is the symptom of mutation. It seems the evolution serum failed. Thien Loi could not believe the answer. Failed. No, impossible. Vu Hin is my good brother, the source of strength indispensable in the group. I cannot let him become a zombie. How to stop the mutation? The system shattered his thought. There is no other way. Consider it a gamble between the evolution serum and the virus. It depends on his constitution. I already told you, the success rate is only 10%. Now the virus in his body has already taken over. We can only say he is unlucky. That also means to resist the virus requires changing his constitution. Thien Loi urgently sought a way, but how? Suddenly he thought of a solution. Right. I remember you once said, my blood has antitoxin property. That time Hong and Gait drank my blood, so she was cured of the tri-paralysis plant virus. Wu Hin now burst out with immense energy, throwing away those holding him. Van Fong struggled to sit up. Thien Loi urgently ordered, everyone get out. That made everyone turn back in confusion. Van Fong hesitated, but Wu Hin, he cut him off. Now in his body is the virus. If he cannot resist, he will become a zombie. If everyone stays, you cannot help him, and will be in danger. Luke Hang also understood and called his younger brother. Let us listen to brother Thien Loi. They quickly withdrew outside. Duong Fong before leaving still looked back. An Loi, be careful. Thien Loi nodded reassuring. Do not worry. He trailed out last. Thien Loi immediately slammed the door shut. Tin Van secretly observed carefully. Inside, Thien Loi stared fixedly at Wu Hin. On his face were bulging veins. His red eyes slowly stepped forward. The system scanned his body, then concluded. The virus has spread throughout his brain, about to invade all brain cells, turning into a true zombie. At that moment, Wu Hin lunged ferociously. Thien Loi had no choice. He had to sacrifice an arm, blocking right in front of Wu Hin, dodging that fierce attack. Slipped behind, wrapped his arm around his neck. Wu Hin froze for a moment. Without thinking, bit down hard on Thien Loi's arm. The pain made him scream out. Without knowing, outside the door Tin Van was secretly watching everything. In the air, quieter than ever. The sharp teeth of Wu Hin still stuck tightly to the arm of Thien Loi. The smell of blood spread even more, arousing the beastly nature in him. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand firm. So painful. The system measuring the body immediately announced, warning, warning, host losing too much blood. Abnormal symptoms appearing, stop immediately. Please host, remember your mission is to save the world. Do not take your own life to play with. Thien Loi ignored that advice, determined with his action. I do not care, if even my own brother I cannot save. Then what savior am I? Wu Hin, hold on for me, do not let my blood be wasted. Tin Van outside caught a few key words, could not help being puzzled. What savior? Also, who is he talking to? The red eyes of Wu Hin gradually shrank, then within seconds returned to normal. After that collapsed into the arms of Thien Loi. He gently placed Wu Hin down on the floor, exhausted and panting repeatedly. The system updated the situation. Fusion of evolution serum successful. Wu Hin has leveled up, strength 7, agility 8, defense 6, recovery 2, third rank soldier. The information made Thien Loi raise his eyebrows. Third rank soldier. You mean Wu Hin also became an evolver like me? It quickly replied, not exactly. Because of the fusion of the evolution serum and your virus-carrying blood, there is a part of your ability, equivalent to a next generation being born, but without the main god system, can receive evolution and level up, but has no storage space and exchange ability. At this time, Wu Hin also drowsily opened his eyes. He looked up at the person opposite, An Loi. Thien Loi happily asked, you are awake. He still blankly observed his body. Thought I was bitten by a zombie. Am I still alive? Outside, just hearing the sound, Duong Fong already excitedly stepped in. Wu Hin. Thien Loi, startled, quickly hid his arm behind his back. Everyone rushed in to congratulate. Great, you are fine. An Loi found the antidote to the virus. Now how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Wu Hin replied naively, there is no discomfort, but I do not know why. He clenched his fist suspiciously. I feel like my body is full of power. Duong Fong hurriedly asked. Brother Wu Hin is fine. Does that mean the medicine succeeded? Thien Loi quickly blocked the thought. Just luck. You forgot how dangerous it was just now. Qiu Hai thought back in fear. Right, just now it was truly a hair's breadth. Van Fong also sighed. Wu Hin has such good qualities yet almost became a zombie. For ordinary people no need to mention. Thien Loi took the chance to remind. So everyone from now on must keep their mouths shut, or the commander will definitely blame me. Everyone agreed. Right, we remember. Looking at the calm face of him. Inside Tin Van was in turmoil of emotions. A moment later in the spacious silent corridor. Tin Van trailed behind Thien Vu. His eyes could not leave the back of him. The main point was the arm just now bitten by Wu Hin now already healed. Tin Van broke into sweat pondering. His wound healed so fast. Just now in the body of Wu Hin there must have been virus. He was bitten yet not only unharmed, but even Wu Hin did not mutate. What kind of person is this? Thien Loi suddenly spoke a sentence. You saw it. Tin Van startled stopped. He softly teased, do not be tense. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it just now. Do you not want to know where that medicine came from, and why I have such strength? Now I will tell you. Thien Loi stopped walking, turned his head revealing the secret. Because I was the first to be injected with the virus serum. This was a result Tin Van had never thought of. He linked all events together. When the apocalypse happened, I by chance got a system. At the same time also had special ability. Not only resisting zombie virus, but also receiving energy cores to level up by killing zombies. He trembled repeating, system, level up. Is this not a plot only in novels? Knowing that few would believe this truth, Thien Loi sighed once. Began to demonstrate his skill, system, open storage space. He reached his hand into another dimension. Under the unblinking witness of Tin Van, gradually took out a bottle of water from there. Held it straight towards Tin Van. He rolled his eyes muttering, joke, what joke is this? Thien Loi indifferently asked back, now do you believe? Thien Loi almost revealed all the secrets he had kept for so long. The evolution serum injected into Wu Hin was also provided by this system. But at present there was only one vial. But when I reach a higher level, then I can exchange for more. Tin Van was shocked by the large amount of information. The plot in novels unexpectedly happened in reality. Such an important secret, why tell me? Are you not afraid I will reveal it? Thien Loi was certain of one thing, you will not do that. Tin Van speechless glanced, even I myself do not dare to guarantee. Where do you get that confidence? He reminded that promise, did you not once say you wanted to protect your sister? Alone you cannot fight that organization. You know this better than me, so you must find a way to increase your strength. With the current situation, only one side has enough ability to resist, which is the government base. But they are also only ordinary people. Moreover, they both cope with zombies and solve the problem of resource shortage, internal chaos and external enemies already tiring. Even if now knowing the existence of a black-clad organization, they probably do not have time to touch them. Every word hit the main point. You infiltrated the base for so long yet have not acted. That means you also agree with my view. But I am different. I not only have the ability to resist the zombie virus, but my body also continuously strengthens. Waiting until obtaining more evolution serum, I can create a squad of evolvers. Tin Van marveled at the advantages you possess, already immune and also leveling up. No different from a king in the apocalypse. Once a team is created, the power will surpass both Organization X and the government base. Thien Loi gave tempting words. Right, so allying with me is your best choice. Also can say it is your only choice. He was shaken, but at the same time cautious. Finally raised a doubt. Why do you want to help me? Because I am the younger brother of Tram Tam Duck. Their exchange of words thus pierced the night. Right, but also not right. What does that mean? This world changes faster than I thought. I originally thought just kill all zombies, eliminate the virus, the world would recover as before. But now it seems I was too naive. Compared to the virus, the evil corporation like Organization X is even more frightening. If letting them develop widely, the threat to humans is even greater than zombies. Thien Loi outlined a preliminary plan. Moreover, at some time, Perhaps there will be Organization Y, Organization Z, so I also must change strategy. Facing these forces, only relying on a few of us is not enough. I must make the team stronger. You are the talent I need, so helping you is also helping me. Tin Van pondered for a moment. Then like a proud cat agreed, fine, if you need me then I reluctantly accept. Thien Loi was annoyed by that arrogance. You are taking advantage too much. Now I am not begging you. What are you showing off? The two shook hands, showing friendly cooperation. Tin Van spoke, asking for favor. Later please take care of me, Captain. His face rarely showed a joyful smile. Thien Loi was not much different. The next morning, he clearly told everything to Vu Hin. This is the matter. The evolution serum injected into you fused with my blood. Now you are an evolver. He was stunned, digesting the data. Really cannot believe it. Just like a plot in a movie. Also means from now on you do not need to worry about being bitten by a zombie anymore. Thien Loi smiled, adding, not only that, you can also level up evolution by killing zombies and mutant creatures. They are your first prey. It is the horde of zombies outside the building. Thien Loi gave a sword to him. Go, test your power. Vu Hin did not hesitate to take it. Like lightning he took momentum and jumped. Landed directly on the roof of a pickup truck on the ground. The zombies following the sound roared, rushing over. He judged the current situation. Then continuously swung the sword, each slash clean. One after another was killed, contributing to increasing his experience points. Vu Hin was endlessly excited, the body truly different from before, as if there is a source of power never ending. Not only catching the opponent's actions, but his reaction was also several times faster than before. Is this the power of an evolver? So miraculous. Another powerful slash. Finished the last zombie here, looking at the whole group lying scattered on the ground. Vu Hin, though exhausted, still proud. So many zombies, yet I alone killed them all. Thien Loi was quite satisfied with the time consumed. Only took 3 minutes. He jumped down where Vu Hin stood. Happily compared combat power, although your level is only 3rd rank soldier. But actual combat is even stronger than when I was 2nd rank soldier. Seems your adaptability is stronger than mine. Vu Hin with all his heart gratefully replied, An Loi, thank you. You not only saved me but also let me be reborn. He felt this was something should be done. We are brothers sharing life and death. No need to say these things. But to avoid problems, for now only you, I and Tham Tin Van know this. Even Duong Fong must keep it secret. Vu Hin naturally did not refuse. An Loi, rest assured. I guarantee with my life, certainly will not speak out. He will not. When entering the shopping center, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Thien Loi opened his mouth to ask, what happened? Kiu Hai reported the situation. Just now I wanted to call Fiu Huc Duong to depart, but he and Dong Vu Hin disappeared already. Tin Van added, also drove my car away, taking all the weapons along. Luke Hang speculated the reason. Last night he said he would break off with everyone. I thought it was words in anger, unexpectedly. Duong Fong gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why did he treat us like this? Vu Hin immediately turned to leave. I will chase him. But Thien Loi stopped him. Surely he left last night. How do you chase him now? He suspiciously asked. Are we just letting him go like that? He analyzed the situation now. The death of Dong Vu Hin and the baby struck him too hard. He thought I deliberately did not save Dong Vu Hin, gave the evolution serum to him. Now he is blinded by hatred. Even if found, it is useless. Wait until he calms down, then let him understand by himself. Afterwards he will return to the base to find us. Hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment. It seemed they did not want to believe the long-time companion brother changed so quickly. Thien Loi suggested not to stay here anymore. We have delayed here too long. Those mysterious people may return at any moment. We must leave. Van Fong worried about transportation. But now we only have one vehicle left. With so many items on it, it may not be enough. He immediately proposed a solution. Last night I brought a new car here. On the way also found a few more weapons, enough for us to use. Everyone received the news and excitedly prepared. Good, everyone pack up. Prepare to depart, okay? At this moment, in a forest far away, the black men were feeling for traces. Not wrong direction, cannot be wrong. Bakda insisted firmly, when checking the weapons. I touched Hong Engai's sword. Last night the tracker signaled from here. Also do not know what skill that woman has that the boss values her so much. Every time she has achievements, she always takes them, causing us to lose the opportunity to level up. Enhan Mao considered himself knowledgeable, spoke disgusting words, need to say more, the face, the figure, as long as it is male who would not drool. Tu Ho grit his teeth decisively, this time must catch the person named Triu before her, make a great achievement. They kept talking non-stop, waiting until riding above her head, then see how I teach her, let her know the power of men, he, such a good thing must have my share. The detector made a sound, signal displayed nearby. They quickly scattered to search around, finally discovered the chip lying alone on the ground. Here. Enhan Mao picked it up and cursed silently, damn it, surely she discovered it already. Then noises from somewhere caught their attention. It was the blue car that Huck Duong had stolen yesterday. He was now fighting with the mimic. Seems his strength now is not stable, so Huck Duong's face is full of fear. The mimic extended its long tongue. Huck Duong immediately swung the first slash. Both attacked each other repeatedly. Still did not hurt it. He was already exhausted. The mimic jumped up and continued the fight. He shouted fiercely, "Damn monster, come, I will show you my power." Finally he defeated it. It ran away in fear immediately. Huck Duong smiled proudly, approaching the car to share the joy. "Vu Hin, it's okay." Unexpectedly he was strongly attacked from behind the neck. He collapsed completely onto the grass. Enhan Mao observed and analyzed. The car has the symbol of base 6. Could he be that Triu guy? He used his foot to push Huck Duong over. Looking at that unfamiliar face, no hesitation to deny, not him, ruined the mood. Tu Ho, disappointed, pulled out his gun. Then this guy is useless. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a strange object flew out from the car. Vu Hin fiercely approached. They changed target to handle. It is a zombie, quickly shoot. Countless bullets flew straight into Vu Hin's body, but it still tried to block in front of Huck Duong. This shocked Enhan Mao. This zombie is protecting him. Tu Ho guessed, this guy alone hunts that monster, still gets protected by a zombie, surely not normal, makes Bakda even happier, seems very valuable for research. Vu Hin used the remaining intelligence to protect his loved one. On the other side, Thien Loi's convoy had already set out to leave. Duong Fong looked around curiously. "Brother Loi, why are we not taking the original road?" Thien Loi patiently explained the reason. If the secret organization has already discovered our movements, then it is very possible they have ambushed. Although going this way takes more time, they definitely cannot predict our route. Vu Hin could not help but exclaim, "Brother Loi, you think so thoroughly." Through the radio came Van Fong's report. "Thien Loi, the fuel on this car is running out. Ahead there is an amusement park. Let us stop there for a while to refuel." While hearing that, he glanced to the right. It was indeed an amusement park nearby. Thien Loi immediately agreed. "All right, we will guard the gate. Once everyone finishes refueling, then come out quickly." He quickly responded, "Okay." The vehicle moved closer to the amusement park. Outside, the zombies were sluggishly moving back and forth. Van Fong drove the car slowly inside, avoiding alarming them. On the fortress there were children watching. Hung and through the telescope updated the situation. "People are coming, a few uncles. They are driving. There are weapons on the car." Tiu Ban happily shouted, "Great, let us go tell Miss Tin Tin, ask them for help." Immediately Dao Dao blocked. "Cannot. Now outside is full of monsters. If Miss Tin Tin goes out, she will definitely be eaten by them." Tiu Mai was also worried no less. "Moreover, have you forgotten? Last time we met those bad uncles. They not only took our food and water, but also bullied Miss Tin Tin. Cannot let them discover us." Tiu Ban could not wait anymore. "But I want to go home. I miss Mom, hoo hoo." Because of that was disliked by Dao Dao. You are a boy, why so useless? Even easier to cry than us girls. Tio Mai lowered her head thinking. But that day I heard Miss Tin Tin say, we only have 1 pack of biscuits left. If this continues we will run out of food. Dao Dao, though still little, but already thinking logically. Moreover, Fai Fai is sick. Without medicine, he will die. Making simple-minded Tiu Ban not know how to comfort. At that moment Min Hung from behind called loudly, Hey, Hung and Tiu Ban, Miss Tin Tin calls you down. Dao Dao quickly replied instead, I know already. When everyone started to leave, Hung and still stood there. The boy seemed to be making a reckless decision. Below in the playroom, many children were carefree playing together. Nearby the meal was being prepared, each person only a small piece of bread with a tiny amount of water in a bottle cap. Tun Tin carefully poured out little by little, afraid to spill this precious water. Then she called the children, kids. Even though it was difficult, Tun Tin still smiled gently. Lunchtime, line up, come one by one. All happily ran over. Lunchtime. She gently handed to each child. Take it, do not drop it. Everyone politely received. I know. Tun Tin continued to share portions. Tiu Ban, Dao Dao, this is for you too. Tiu Ban shyly looked up at her. Teacher, I am very hungry. I want one more. Made her pause for a moment. Then took from her own portion to give to the boy. All right, here is another half. She rubbed his round head reminding, you must eat little by little, like that you will not feel hungry easily. Tiu Ban smiled with his eyes curved. Thank you, teacher. Dao Dao sensitively looked at the flattened bag wondering, Miss Tin Tin, where is your lunch? Made Tun Tin startled. She unconsciously put her hand on her empty stomach. She pretended to answer the two. I already ate. But Tran Cat beside immediately refuted. You are lying to us. Just now I heard your stomach rumble. Dao Dao angrily scolded Tiu Ban. It is all your fault. Already fat, still eating a lot. Making teacher not have biscuit to eat. Bad boy. The other kids scrambled to offer their share to the teacher. Miss Tin Tin, eat my biscuit. Me too. Eat mine too. Tiu Ban looked at the piece of biscuit in his hand with tears welling up. Finally could not hold back and burst out crying. Hoo, I am sorry, teacher. I will not eat any more. Tun Tin was also moved by this sincere feeling. She tried to comfort everyone. Thank you, children. I am really not hungry. You are still small, at growing age. Do not let your stomach empty. I am losing weight. Skipping a meal or two is fine. Suddenly one child called loudly, Teacher, seems Fai Fai is very unwell. Tun Tin startled turned back, rushed to the bed, bent down to observe Fai Fai lying there. The girl had a head injury, now trembling in waves. Tun Tin carefully lifted the little girl. Fai Fai, how are you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Fai Fai whispered her wish. Ko Tin Tin, I miss my mother. I want to see my mother. She painfully comforted the little girl. Fai Fai, be good. Hold on. We are about to go home. There are father, there are mother, there are doctors, taking medicine, and Fai Fai will get well. Fai Fai frowned in pain. Too hot. Tun Tin saw the temperature getting higher and hurriedly called, Dao Dao, bring the water on the table here. The little girl immediately obeyed. Yes. Quickly approached and took the water bottle. Tun Tin poured out a little to soak into the towel. Used it to reduce the heat for Fai Fai. She looked at the thin, anxious face. The wound had been infected already. If not treated, then the child will. Now there was only one bottle of water left. If it continued like this, many of them could not hold on for 3 days. At this moment Tiu Ban suddenly pointed outside the window. Look there, Hung An. Attracting everyone's attention. They all rushed to observe. It turned out Hung An was clinging to the rope stretched across high above. Tun Tin panicked and shouted loudly, Hung An, what is the boy doing? Why did he go outside? Dao Dao repeated the earlier matter. We saw some drivers come in. Surely Hung An intended to ask them for help. She fearfully questioned again. Why did you not tell me? I am your teacher. If you want to go out, then let me go. Tiu Ban stammered, explaining. Hung An said outside there are monsters, afraid of danger, so. In Tun Tin's heart it sank. This boy? The classmates nervously watched and cheered. Hung and try hard. Do not be discovered. Hung and with his small body, moved up little by little. The zombies below had not yet noticed anything unusual. The boy clenched his teeth trying to hold on. It's okay, Shirley can do it. I am the class tree climbing champion. As long as the monsters do not find me, I will reach them. But life is not like a dream. Hung En's telescope was gradually slipping out of his pocket. In a flash it fell down, hit hard, creating a loud sound in the silent space. The zombies immediately turned toward that sound, eyes fixed on Hung En. The boy also realized the danger. Done for. The zombies had gathered densely from within, reaching out trying to grab Hung En's body. The boy screamed in fear. Ah! Everyone panicked to the extreme. Done for. Hung En has been discovered. The monsters are about to catch him. What to do now? Tun Tin tried to think of a solution. Then her eyes fell on the musical instruments on the ground. An idea popped up in her head. She would lure the zombies. Everyone wait here. No matter what happens, do not go outside. Tun Tin picked up the drum, beat hard to attract the attention of the zombies. At the same time shouted, I am here, come here. Just as expected, they stupidly ran toward the louder sound. The children urged, Hung and run quickly, run quickly. Not disappointing expectations, the boy changed his posture, directly relaxed his body, holding by his arms, swung across to the other side. In a moment he had landed successfully, seized the opportunity and ran out in the opposite direction of the zombies. Inside, the child reminded her, Teacher, Hung En has escaped already. You come back quickly. Tun Tin felt relieved, stepped back, quickly entered before the chase. The automatic door slammed shut, blocked them outside. Everyone helped push big objects. Everyone quickly blocked the door, piled up high like a mountain before the door. After finishing, everyone panted tired. Tun Tin silently prayed, Hung En, do not let anything happen to you. At a gas station not far away, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Done, filled up, also poured 2 large barrels. Yet Kiyu Hai still felt a little regret. If it were not for the empty barrels, he really wanted to pour a few more. Not only enough to return to the base, but could also sell for quite a lot of money. His elated face made Van Fong speechless. Look at that money-obsessed look of him. Kiyu Hai immediately rebutted. Brother, did you not teach me? The task of our hunting squad is to take whatever we see, not a needle or a blade of grass left behind. Hearing that, Van Fong really wanted to give him a beating. Do you take me for a bandit? When the two still wanted to say more, Luke Hang interrupted. All right, this place is wide. There might be zombies. Once the fuel is filled, then quickly go. His words were indeed reasonable, so everyone silently obeyed. Ah, okay. After getting on the vehicle, they did not hesitate and immediately prepared to move. Just then, a hurried voice suddenly sounded. Uncle, don't go. Van Fong hurriedly stopped Kiyu Hai. Wait, it seems someone is calling. Then he carefully turned his head to observe the surroundings. Just looking, he saw behind their vehicle suddenly appeared many shadows. It turned out Hung En for some reason appeared here along with a group of zombies. Uncle, save us. It took Van Fong a second to understand what was happening. He could not believe his eyes seeing the dangerous situation in front. It was a child. On the other side, Hung En was desperately running when suddenly he fell. Only then did Luke Hang and Kiyu Hai react. Save him. Immediately afterward, all 3 did not hesitate, simultaneously squeezed the trigger and shot straight ahead. Thus the approaching zombies were immediately stopped. With the strength of all 3, in a blink all zombies were wiped out. After finishing, Van Fong hurriedly went to Hung En. Boy, are you okay? Kiyu Hai gently helped the boy up, luckily not injured, also no bite marks. However, Hung En did not care about himself, but quickly said, Uncle, please help us. Ko Tin Tin and the others are surrounded by monsters. Quickly go save them. As the boy finished speaking, the expressions of Luke Hang and Van Fong simultaneously changed, so no one said anything more but immediately set off following Hung En's guidance. After going a distance, the boy suddenly shouted, "It's there, all the friends are in the building." Just looking in the direction the boy pointed, everyone immediately saw a horrifying scene. Even someone experienced like Van Fong was startled, at least 40 or 50. Qiu Hai hesitated a moment, then said, "Captain Triu and Wu Hin are not here. Can the three of us handle it?" But Van Fong immediately dismissed that, although Triu Thien Loi is powerful, we cannot rely on a few people for everything. If we cannot handle dozens of zombies, then are we still a hunting squad? Liu Kang also agreed, exactly. Recently we owe them quite a lot. If every time we see zombies we ask for help, then does the Luke family still have dignity? Hearing him, Qiu Hai quietly paused. Indeed, we are increasingly relying on Triu Thien Loi. These zombies gathered at the exit must think of a way to lure them out. A moment later, Qiu Hai suddenly appeared outside a nearby carousel. After observing for a while, he decisively pulled the control lever. The engine of the device immediately started. Then the carousel began to move faster and faster. Indeed, its sound attracted the attention of the zombies. They quickly turned toward the source of the sound. Seeing the opportunity, Liu Kang and Qiu Hai suddenly appeared and attacked forcefully. In just a moment, the two handled nearly all the zombies in front. In a hidden corner nearby, Van Fong tried to hide while silently moving to avoid the attention of the zombies. The next second, he did not hesitate but dashed straight toward the building. Just upon arrival, Van Fong hurriedly shouted, "Quickly open the door, I am here to save everyone." Only saw the door under his impact beginning to shake violently. The scene made the children inside scream in fear. "Teacher, what is that sound? I am scared, the monsters are going to rush in." Tun Tin, although trembling, still tried to comfort the children. Don't be afraid, I will protect you." She was determined to protect her students to the end. Dao, lead everyone to hide." The little girl quickly replied, "Yes." Thus the children all listened to their teacher, voluntarily finding a safe hiding spot. As for Tun Tin, she still stood there, persistently blocking in front of the children. The door shook more violently, making the fear in her heart rise. Time slowly passed until Van Fong completely lost patience. "Quickly open the door for me." The objects used to block the door were not many. He only needed a little strength to break through. This rough action of him made Tun Lin even more terrified. Her scream made Van Fong, upon entering, a little startled. But he had no time to recover before a blow like heaven struck the back of his neck. The guns in Liu Kang and Qiu Hai's hands fired continuously to the barrels turning red. The zombies were hit by bullets. The front wave fell. The next wave crazily charged up. In the dire situation, Qiu Hai exclaimed in surprise, "More and more zombies." Liu Kang carefully assessed. The zombies were attracted by the noise here, so they moved toward there. Suddenly, a volley of very crisp bullets from the left unexpectedly shot the horde of zombies charging toward them. Both of them at once were startled and astonished. On the vehicle speeding to assist were Thien Loi and Tin Van. The vehicle was skillfully parked with a skid in front of Liu Kang and Qiu Hai. Recognizing the arrivals, he was surprised. "Thien Loi, junior brother, why are you all here?" Tin Van teased with a smile, "You three really have childlike souls, so big yet still playing the carousel." Thien Loi explained, "We waited outside for half an hour. Worried something happened to everyone, so we came in to find you." Liu Kang sulked, "Stop joking. If not for luring these zombies, then we would not be in such danger." As soon as Thien Loi got out of the car, he asked, "What exactly happened?" Duongfeng, sitting in the back, suddenly noticed a kid. It turned out to be Hung and, looking at the boy seeming frightened, he could not help but wonder, why is there a kid in the car? The large play area for children appeared before them. Hung En led Thien Loi's group into an area, then ran ahead while happily shouting, "Miss Tin Tin, I found people to save us." Tun Tin, seeing her student, was extremely surprised, then hurriedly called out, "Hung En." She joyfully hugged the boy. "You are okay then, that's good. You scared me to death." Dao and Tiu Ban and the other classmates happily boasted their achievement. "Hung En, look, we caught a monster. How awesome is that?" At this time Van Fong was lying flat on the ground, surrounded by the children massaging him until dizzy. Monster, beat you to death, beat you to death. Thien Loi and the others seeing his plight were stunned. No one dared believe their eyes. Tran Cat and another little kid upon seeing the gun were excited to touch it. A real gun, so classy. That boy agreed, I want to play too. Duong Fong hastily prevented. Don't touch recklessly, careful of squeezing the trigger. The kids' faces fell. You are really stingy. Hearing that he got angry. Who is your uncle? I am only 20. Having his head wound bandaged by teammates, Van Fong gritted his teeth in pain, gently, too painful. Qiu Hai then teased, Big brother, usually you are so heroic, never lost to ruffians. This time hit by a woman like this. If the brothers know, they will laugh till their jaws drop. He angrily grabbed his collar to threaten. Kid, where did you learn that interrupting way of speaking? You go home and dare say nonsense, see if I skin you. Qiu Hai panicked. Don't dare, don't dare. Not far away, Thien Loi and Tin Van were talking with Tun Tin. He looked at the person before him, then spoke. What is your name? Why are you all here? Tun Tin softly introduced. I am Tun Tin, a kindergarten teacher. These kids are all my students. Then she told, on the day the zombie outbreak happened, our kindergarten was holding a party. Who knew just after it started the mimic appeared? At that time the park was chaotic. I and parents and 2 other teachers led the children running everywhere. On the way many people were bitten to death by zombies. Finally we ran here. I led the children inside. The zombies chased others to protect us. Pausing a bit, Tun Tin said, at first we could still receive news outside via TV, knowing the scary virus appeared and that the government established a base, but the power was quickly cut. We had to stay here waiting for rescue. Thien Loi wondered, you say everyone has been hiding here since the zombie outbreak. How is that possible to live like that for so long? She worriedly explained, the party was planned for a week. The children brought quite a lot of food. There are also snacks here, waiting for rescue, so each meal is very frugal. Moreover, children do not eat much, so it can last more than half a month. The more he heard, the less it fit. Tin Van spoke up questioning. Then only a bit over 10 days. After that, what? Do people live by breathing? He narrowed his eyes, asked coldly, are you hiding something from us? Tun Tin waved her hand, then hurriedly answered, no, not like that. Remembering that day, her voice rang out. One day a man drove here. We thought he was a savior, so signaled for help. Unexpectedly, he was not a good man, not only stole our food but also. The image of that man named Phi Kwong appeared vividly with lewd words. Although a bit thin, still handsome. You haven't touched a woman in a long time. Finally today you get your fix. In the unexpected situation, Tun Tin was horrified, panic-struck, could not speak. Phi Kwong laughed loudly, then immediately lunged, pushed and pinned her. Extremely terrified, Tun Tin cried loudly and kept begging, ah, don't, let me go. The children, seeing someone bullying their teacher, were furious. Phi and Tiu Ban ran up. Bastard, let her go. Angry at being troubled, Phi Kwong swung and slapped and shoved the 2 children aside. Brats, stop ruining my good time. Later see how I deal with you. After the slap, Phi staggered and fell. Her head hit the table corner hard. Seeing the girl unconscious on the ground, a big hole in the forehead, blood immediately gushed out. Tun Tin's voice cried out, Phi. Looking at the prey in his hands, Phi Kwong excitedly smiled lecherously. Beautiful. Continue. Suddenly his eyes rolled back, the eyeballs veined with blood as if about to pop out. Because taking advantage of the moment Phi Kwong was inattentive, Tun Tin stabbed him a fatal knife. Her eyes filled with hatred. 2 streams of tears from fear flowed continuously. With all her strength, Tun Tin surged up, shoved his body backward. She looked at Phi Kwong lying motionless on the ground, dead without closing his eyes, his body uncontrollably trembling. After telling the full story, Tun Tin added that on that man's vehicle there was a lot of food, probably collected along the way, and they relied on that pile to survive until now. Thien Loi was silent at the story. Sorry for making you recall sad memories. She calmly replied, it's okay. though the corners of her eyes were brimming with tears. Duongfang beside her spoke. It's because I'm too suspicious. Making a girl cry? Tin Van awkwardly, but still tried to save face. Blame me, huh? Remembering the important matter, Tun Tin hurriedly expressed, please save us. You don't have to take me along, but you must save these children. Looking at the exhausted children and Fai Fai's dazed, weary face, her voice rang with urgency. They've been here for a long time. Their health can't endure anymore. Fai Fai's head wound is infected, so she keeps having a high fever. If not rescued, then I fear. Thien Loi understood and reassured. Miss Tun, rest assured. We are heading to Base 6. Since we met today, we will definitely bring everyone back safely. Tun Tin heard that and was delighted, her eyes shining. Really? Thank you, thank you. She turned to inform her students, kids, we can go home now. The children cheered in unison. Great. When we get home, I will definitely eat hamburgers. There's also sausages and pizza. Luke Hang at the back softly called, Thien Loi, junior brother. The two stood facing each other. He asked seriously, do you really want to take these kids along? Thien Loi candidly replied, we cannot leave them here. Calculating a bit, Luke Hang said, I understand. I mean we only have 2 vehicles. There's not enough room for many kids. Even getting more vehicles there won't be enough drivers. Hearing this, he paused. This matter. While the problem was still pressing, he heard a child's voice calling him, Uncle, Uncle. Hong An, having overheard their conversation, quickly said, we have a vehicle outside the park. Tun Tin then remembered, yes, we came by school bus, so seating is not an issue. Thien Loi breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's easy. Luke Hang had no objection. Observing the playground area, his voice rang out giving instructions. There may still be zombies outside. You kids stay here and wait. I will drive over. Now we will set off. Very quickly the group was divided into 3 vehicles and set off together toward the base. Vu Hin drove while chatting. Turns out Miss Tun cannot drive. Tun Tin felt awkward and could only smile sheepishly. Sorry for troubling you. Duongfang beside her said, what trouble? Kids are interesting. Being around them will improve your mood. That guy is probably having fun now. On the bus, Van Fong was driving while desperately trying to control his urge to get angry. The children happily played and sang loudly, sheep happy, lazy sheep, lively sheep, slow sheep, soft as cotton. After a while, finally his voice rang out in helplessness, shut up, too noisy. The kids scrambled saying to each other, wow, this uncle is scary. The full moon rose high. Time was probably late at night. The 3 vehicles lined up neatly in front of a rest stop. Thien Loi, leading, spoke with instructions. It's dark now. Everyone rest here for a night. Tomorrow we depart again. Kiyu Hai cheerfully calculated. At this pace, tomorrow we will return to the base. Meanwhile, Tun Tin was busy with the children. Kids line up. I will lead you to sleep. All obediently replied, yes. Observing around, Thien Loi carefully reminded, although we haven't seen zombies recently, for safety, everyone should take turns on watch. Luke Hang added, this time is not like usual. We must be extra vigilant. Vu Hin reassured softly. Don't worry. Inside the room, the space became quiet. After a long day of traveling, the children had all fallen asleep. Looking at the carefree children, their sleeping positions were very cute. Tun Tin quietly exhaled, feeling somewhat relieved. Outside in the corridor, someone had been standing there unnoticed. This person silently watched Tun Tin's figure step out of the room, until her hand gently locked the door, still no sound. After finishing everything, Tun Tin turned around and was startled. She saw Van Fong looking at her and spoke, oh, it's you. You scared me. He coldly teased, I got hit. What are you scared of? Hearing his tone, Tun Tin thought Van Fong was still angry, and hurriedly said, sorry, I didn't mean to. She explained with guilt, I was also too scared. The music was loud, so I mistook you for a zombie. Tun Tin reached out to check the wound on his head. Is it still painful? Van Fong hastily pushed her hand away and coldly replied, forget it. Slightly stunned by his direct action, Tun Tin did not dare insist. He inquired but still used that cold tone. "How is the child with the fever?" She softly replied, "Ah, after taking medicine the fever went down, but still very weak." Suddenly a small bottle of medicine was thrown into Tun Tin's hand with instructions. "This is a homemade topical wound medicine." Van Fong turned his back to leave while reminding, "It's stronger than that other medicine. Apply it later." Tun Tin was too surprised, momentarily stood dumbfounded, unable to speak. She looked at the small bottle in her palm and pondered for a long time. Watching Van Fong leave again, Tun Tin smiled lightly. "This person, though seeming fierce, is actually a good person. The next day at dawn, the three vehicles immediately trailed one after another and set off toward the base. Qiu Hai drove while happily announcing, "The base is right ahead, only a little over 10 minutes to arrive." Duong Fong exhaled and sighed, "Finally we have arrived. Being outside for so many days made me too tired. Once back I must rest properly." Thien Loi reminded everyone over the radio, "Do not relax vigilance. The closer we get the more careful we must be. Easy to flip in the underground drains." Of the three vehicles, the bus carrying the children was the last vehicle. At this moment Tun Tin was pointing forward and introducing, "Kids, quickly look. That is base 6. The children, astonished, excitedly shouted, "Wow!" The base was planned and built very solidly. Now row after row of streets, towering skyscrapers rose imposingly. Cheers echoed, so loud. Suddenly Phi Phi anxiously asked, "Miss Tin Tin, are there monsters inside the base too?" She gently explained, "Of course not. Inside the base are all soldiers. They will protect us. Monsters cannot get in." All the children again shouted together, "Great." Tiu Ban curiously asked Vu Hin, "Uncle, there are many guns in the base, right?" He softly replied, "That's right. Not only guns, but also cannons, tanks. However, many zombies will die." Hung and full of expectation spoke, "Uncle, can you teach me to shoot? I also want to fight monsters with you." Vu Hin laughed loudly and coaxed, "You are still too young. Fighting zombies is for adults." The boy unhappy retorted, "I am not small anymore. I am already 7 years old. Can protect the teacher and everyone." He was surprised by the child's thought and agreed at once, "Indeed, you are a brave boy. Okay, wait until we arrive. I will teach you." Tiu Ban and Hung En were extremely happy. The boy's eyes shining, "Quickly, thank you uncle," very loud. Suddenly the whole vehicle lurched violently, causing the children to tumble. The entire vehicle instantly became chaotic. The children cried out in fear. Thien Loi worriedly called over the radio, "Vu Hin, what is happening?" He widened his eyes looking at the scene, momentarily did not know how to answer. The windshield of the bus had been blocked by something large. After a moment of observation, Vu Hin loudly reported, "Something green is stuck on the vehicle. Do not know what it is. The windshield is covered. I cannot see ahead." At that moment a strange green liquid dripped down from the ceiling of the vehicle. After falling to the floor, it immediately corroded materials and smoked. Seeing that the children were even more frightened, Tiu Ban loudly informed, "Uncle, the vehicle is leaking." Vu Hin realized the danger and ground his teeth in panic. "Damn it. This stuff is corrosive." Immediately after he loudly ordered, "Miss Tun, lead everyone to the back of the bus. Do not touch that liquid." Tun Tin replied, "Okay." She quickly guided the children, "You kids quickly follow me." At the same time Thien Loi, while driving, carefully observed the rear view mirror. Then he quickly steered to change lanes flexibly. Thien Loi reduced speed so his vehicle moved parallel with the bus. The first thing that struck his eyes was a giant green toad clinging to the front of the vehicle. Unable to help shuddering, Thien Loi exclaimed, "Disgusting. System, what monster is this? Don't tell me it's a mutated toad." The system in the ring on his hand immediately answered, "This is one belonging to the swallow spit group. Can also be called corrosive. Not a toad, but a zombie variant, similar to the lick and swallow type. But its attack power and agility are not as good as the lick and swallow ones." At that moment the toad rolled its eyes and quickly shifted its attention. To attack the new target, it spat a large amount of corrosive fluid from its mouth. The disgusting fluid shot straight at the hood of Thien Loi's vehicle. Upon contact, the hood was immediately corroded and smoked heavily. Thien Loi panicked to the point of swearing, "Damn it, this vehicle is bulletproof. Yet in the blink of an eye it is corroded. I thought you said its attack power was not strong." The system corrected, "I have not finished. It is not a strength mutated variant, but it has extremely strong corrosive properties. Its fluid melts all cement, iron, steel, metal. Humans are corroded to the bone with none left. Moreover, it has another ability, namely to blend into water. Once it flows into water, its corrosive property also spreads more widely." He received the information, then bowed his head in thought, quickly calculating. Approaching the base now. The river outside the base is the water source everyone uses for drinking. If it runs into there. Thien Loi gripped the steering wheel tightly and resolutely made a decision. Must destroy it right here. In another scene, noticing the bus ceiling gradually collapsing inward, at risk of melting at any time, Vu Hin was extremely worried. "Damn it. This bus can't hold much longer." He hurriedly pressed the brake. The engine roared piercingly. The bus rocked non-stop for a moment, yet the mutated toad still clung to the front and did not budge. Thien Loi observed the situation and felt he could not delay any more. He called over the radio, "Brother Luke, send reinforcements to the base to request rescue troops. Have them dispatch people to pick up the children." Luke Hang's voice immediately replied, "What about you?" Thien Loi said, "I will lure this monster away." Thien Loi sat inside the car and unleashed a storm of bullets to attract the monster's attention. To be sure, he even shouted to provoke it, "That toad go chase me away." The toad, angered, responded with a resounding roar. Its entire shiny slimy body leapt off the bus. As it landed, it aimed straight at Thien Loi's green motorcycle. He took this opportunity to accelerate quickly, luring the opponent away from the current position. The vehicle sped like the wind, but was still closely pursued by the toad. The steering wheel in his hand spun wildly as a result. To catch Thien Loi, it shot venom from its body toward the vehicle. He smoothly steered to avoid all obstacles. Seeing the toad keep chasing made him irritated. "This one has gone mad. What is its weakness?" The system quickly provided accurate information. Like a normal zombie, it is the head. Thien Loi immediately grabbed the gun and fired continuously at its brain. Countless bullets pinned directly into the head, causing it to falter. But upon closer look, he saw they could not penetrate its thick, tough skin. Realizing this, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another bullet that cannot kill. Still, he did not give up. Quickly drew a new weapon. How about this? A fierce flame immediately burst out, causing the opponent to be scorched alive in an instant. He watched it struggle in pain. "Want to run, huh? Not that easy." The toad pushed off the ground and desperately tried to flee. Its whole body leapt like a fireball in the air. Thien Loi glanced at it with contempt. Its skin burned now, looks more like a toad. Then he spun the steering wheel a sharp 180-degree turn. The vehicle made a sharp turn to chase the smooth-skinned monster. Without hesitation, he drove straight down the cliff it had just jumped from. The vehicle flew over the rugged stone path of the canyon. Until he saw its corpse, Thien Loi stopped the vehicle completely. He slowly opened the car door and stepped out, still holding the blazing cannon tightly in his hands. The entire toad, charred, lay motionless on the ground. Thien Loi looked at it mockingly, "Turning you into a roasted toad." However, when he loaded the barrel, there was a small problem making him disappointed. What the hell? At the crucial moment, the chain slipped. The gun kept jamming, even with effort, only releasing a few weak puffs of smoke. Unable to use the gun, he reluctantly switched plans. "Just chop you then." Saying and doing, Thien Loi immediately pulled out a large axe to deal with them, the lick and swallow ones. As he swung the axe backward, ready to split the opponent into pieces, suddenly a thorn-covered tongue wrapped tightly around Thien Loi's neck. A monster suddenly leapt out, causing him to panic. Its appearance left him astonished. "What?" Thien Loi quickly regained composure and chopped the long tongue away. It let out a pained roar and fell backward. While Thien Loi had not yet fully processed the situation, a few strange figures appeared behind him. It was the pack of that monster, slowly crawling out of the rocky mountain. By the time he noticed, he was surrounded on all sides with no way to retreat. Thien Loi broke into a cold sweat at their large number, so many. He cautiously observed them. What is going on? The lick and swallow ones are just low-level mutants. They are so close and I did not notice. The system immediately issued a warning. Master, be careful. These are not normal lick and swallow, but second-stage evolved forms. The system analyzed the ability of this mutant pack. Their speed and strength exceed the first stage. The most advanced can slightly reduce their movements, not be detected by prey. They were waiting to approach him while the system's voice still echoed in his ears. The sharp tips on their tongues also contain toxins that numb the nervous system. Even evolved humans are affected. The mutant monsters, taking advantage of their greater numbers, wanted to take Thien Loi's life. The toad, a moment ago still lying sprawled on the ground, had now returned to its normal state. Its eyes were full of killing intent, leaving him stunned. At this moment Thien Loi finally realized, it seems these toads intentionally lured him here. While he was still dazed, the toad and its brothers fiercely rushed forward. Its long tongue suddenly shot out like a rubber band. Thien Loi immediately reacted, leaping up to dodge the venom the toad fired. The others suddenly lunged from behind wanting to ambush. But they could not bypass his divine eye. In less than 3 seconds they got an axe. A precise slash across the heads of 2 of them made fresh blood spray everywhere. Suddenly Thien Loi was hit on the back of the neck painfully. As a result, he lost momentum and fell forward, but still held his ground. At this moment Thien Loi realized he had underestimated these bugs. What the hell, they know how to fight in coordination. Seeing the monsters waiting to take his life made him suspicious. Logically, it should not be possible. Although some mutated creatures develop intelligence to some extent, they definitely have not evolved to this level, especially between different species. Normally, they only know to devour each other for energy. They did not give Thien Loi time to think, rushing in en masse. He immediately raised his hand and commanded, "Storage space, open." With just this one command, Thien Loi hugged both of them, switched weapons. Then he fired continuously at them regardless of life or death. The rain of bullets flew through their bodies, causing them to scream in pain. While he was fervently counterattacking, Thien Loi suddenly sensed something. He lowered his head, his whole body lost balance. What is happening? So dizzy. The mark on Thien Loi's neck spread venom, causing it to redden. He vaguely guessed the cause of everything. It was the toxin from the lick and swallow earlier. While Thien Loi was distracted, the toad shot out its tongue to attack. He suddenly glanced at its tongue brushing past his ear. Then he fell backward to dodge its attack. Thien Loi fired continuously to break the monster's encirclement, but still could not resist being knocked away from his gun. He held his tired arm tightly and ran away from that place. When he reached the parked vehicle, he dashed straight into the driver's seat, slamming the door and pushing the gear lever, preparing to escape. Then a loud noise above made him shocked. The monsters had already surrounded Thien Loi's vehicle, flipping it like a pancake. They looked inside and roared. Through the glass, he too was terrified. They are getting more and more numerous. Could it be that this time I have to die here? In the midst of threatened survival, Thien Loi realized, no, the lick and swallow ones had always been like brainless beasts, only relying on strength to attack. But this time it seems they have a strategy. He pieced together all their actions from the beginning, first letting the small devourers attack. Then the lick and swallow seemed to predict the path he would flee, so they organized to encircle him, even knew how to block the car. How could they have evolved to this level? Too unreasonable. Analyzing their behavior made Thien Loi astonished. It seems this has happened before. Recalling his encounter with other monsters, it was the mesmerizers, a species capable of emitting sound waves to control low-level zombies, making them encounter mutants far beyond their own ability. Thien Loi became more confident, glancing around. Surely it is hiding in this group. Among this crowd of monsters, including that disgusting toad. After briefly scanning with his eyes, Thien Loi locked eyes with the mesmerizer. He looked directly at it and shouted, "Found you." Without hesitation, he started the vehicle aggressively. The rear wheel rolled strongly, sending rocks flying everywhere. The vehicle sped off, leaving the monsters and their astonishment behind. Then it shot forward like a rocket toward the mesmerizer. The vehicle barreled straight at where it was alone. When the mesmerizer realized the vehicle was aiming at it, it was already too late. Thien Loi stuck his head out along with a gun, face darkened. "You cunning one, go die." Thien Loi darkened his face and fired a burst of bullets at Mihawk. It showed no sign of fear, only roared a thunderous roar. Suddenly the frog jumped out, taking all the bullets fired to protect Mihawk. Thien Loi angrily gritted his teeth, threatening this rotten frog, "Do not think without a gun I cannot kill you." He quickly pulled the grenade pin and threw it straight at them. "Taste this." The two monsters opened their mouths in astonishment, looking at the grenade. As soon as it landed, Thien Loi immediately turned his vehicle and left, leaving the mess after the explosion. The spoils of this battle were 2 stones in his palm. The system voice sounded, recording the achievement, congratulating the owner for killing the seducer, the swallower receiving 2 crystal cores. Finishing the mission, Thien Loi returned to the bustling, prosperous urban area. Behind the door of the room, a voice sounded, "I have already heard about your matter." Trung Tone wholeheartedly praised Thien Loi to Yu Triu and the 2 brothers of the Luke family. Not only brought back supplies, but also rescued many children. Really excellent. He gave a faint smile without any pride. "Chief, you mean these children can stay?" He looked straight into Thien Loi's eyes, confirming, "Of course, they are all the future of the country. The hope of humanity. Protecting the children is our responsibility." Trung Tone was a little worried, but arranging once for so many children is indeed very difficult. He immediately proposed a solution. "If it is about food, I can solve it. I will be fully responsible for the food of Miss Tun and the children. No need to use the base warehouse." He did not refute, only considered food is only a secondary issue. The important thing is where more than 40 children will live. Trung Tone frankly reminded, "You also know the space in the base is limited now. New arrivals from the 3rd zone are all 2 or 3 families coming together. It is really impossible to immediately find enough places for the children to stay." Thien Loi also realized the problem, quickly thinking of a way. He did not waste much time. "I have a way." He leaned back in his chair. "Speak." Thien Loi very confidently presented, "These children are all orphans who lost their parents in the apocalypse in the base. There are also many parents who lost children. Why not let those parents raise the children?" This idea made Trung Tone nod. "Good idea, so we can both solve the housing problem. The children are cared for, and the parents who have suffered from zombies can regain hope in life. 1 arrow, 3 birds." He did not stop praising Tiu Triu. "You are truly talented." Thien Loi folded his arms. "Bored Chief, since I entered you have been praising non-stop. Is there something you want to ask me to do?" Trung Tone laughed heartily. "I told you you are smart." Suddenly he stood up. "Today calling you here indeed is because I have something to ask for your help." Trung Tone turned his back, looking at the blue sky. "Since the apocalypse happened, the country has launched many emergency plans, establishing bases for the lucky survivors. Our base, number 6, uses the river bridge as a barrier. Except for the last zombie siege, it could be considered peaceful. But now a big trouble has appeared." Thien Loi immediately asked, "What trouble?" He narrated the situation previously. The country would occasionally distribute supplies to rescue the base. This was also the main source of food for the base, but because the number of zombies is increasing, many places nationwide have been destroyed. Trung Tone narrowed his eyes at the sky. "We have always tried to contact the central government, but they are also helpless. After 2 times sending rescue vehicles being attacked by zombies, they gave up this." He darkened his face and sighed. "According to the latest directive, the central government's meaning is to let the person in charge of each base find supplies and food themselves. Now, as the number of survivors increases, food can no longer be maintained. Many survivors have begun to feel dissatisfied." Trung Tone looked at the team car running below. "Hunting squads like the Luke family can solve a little pressure. But after all, they are businessmen. Each time finding good supplies they want to keep for themselves first, or must be given a part to bring into the city to sell and support subordinates. but now even they have difficulty finding food. If this continues, sooner or later something big will happen. He seriously emphasized the seriousness. Therefore I and the leaders of the base have discussed and decided to launch an urgent rescue plan, forming a special force from the army going farther to find resources. If successful, it can help the base survive this year. Trung Tone turned back, implicitly giving an order. This plan needs someone with rich experience, extremely knowledgeable about the mutants. I thought again, and only to you, Triu, you are the most suitable person. Thien Loi scratched his face, showing understanding, saying again and again, I understand, Chief, you want to get my help without paying. Right, the Luke family are businessmen, they must feed their subordinates. He tactfully wanted to refuse, but I also have a team, do they not need to eat this? Before finishing, Trung Tone interrupted, my meaning is not like that, of course, I will not let you suffer any loss whatever conditions you have just say. Seeing it clear he was not polite, stating his condition, fine, I want half of the resources found. Hearing that, he also broke into cold sweat. Trung Tone quickly asked again, to you, Triu, you are not joking, even the Luke family each time returns must hand over 6 parts to the base. If like this, I would rather cooperate with them. Thien Loi immediately hit the point, can the Luke family guarantee the army the safest and least sacrifice? Trung Tone was speechless. This. He then struck psychological blow, Chief, you do not need me to say, you also know twice the hunting teams suffered heavy losses and had to beg me for help, right? He gently laughed with mocking words, but as I know you helped them as duty without taking a penny, why to me you open your mouth so big? Thien Loi calmly spoke each word, not the same before. The Luke family once helped me, I am fair, whoever I owe I must repay. He folded his arms across his chest, confirming, Chief, I guess you have calculated everything, you know better than me, only I am your best choice, right? Trung Tone fell silent, not knowing how to refute. Then he also sighed, admitting defeat, to you, Triu, you are indeed sharp. Trung Tone then offered a condition, how about this? I will allocate 2 parts from the base headquarters for you, this is already the largest limit. Thien Loi was stunned. 2 parts, where did such a cheap price come from? Not wanting to say, he put him in a corner, now I bargain with you, not for myself, but for the lives of the entire base. 6, the food you bring back, none goes into my stomach, but used to save more than 100,000 people, including the children you rescued. Trung Tone evoked old debts, to you, Triu, even the little favor of the Luke family, you want to repay such great righteousness, you will not refuse, right? Thien Loi gave up. You said like this, how can I refuse? But he did not immediately agree, but this is not only my matter, I must go back to discuss with my brothers. Trung Tone was also not in a hurry, no problem, everyone think carefully. He looked at the national flag flying, I believe you will definitely not disappoint me. At night at Thien Loi's private house after returning, the voice of Bang En-han echoed, what, you said it was Vu Hin? She hugged her face, sobbing, why is it like this? He could only helplessly comfort, sorry, when I found the evolution serum, Vu Hin had completely mutated, I could not save her. Bang En-han did not blame anyone at all, I understand, you also had no way, I just feel sorry for Vu Hin and the baby in her womb. The whole room was silent, no one dared to stop, it's all my fault, if I could have discovered her thoughts earlier, timely stopped, she would not have made the wrong action, what happened afterward would not have occurred. Then Fong struggled to intervene, but unexpectedly Lat Huck Duong misunderstood us to this extent. Tin Van leisurely leaned back on the chair, evaluating. That kind of person was born cowardly by nature, useless himself yet thinks others despise him. Now it's good. Finally exploded, otherwise later it would be another pile of Vu Hin. Tam Duck hurriedly corrected him, speak 2 sentences less. She immediately changed the topic of conversation. Right, have those children all been arranged? What about Miss Tun Tin? Tun Tin gently held the child in her arms. I'm fine, I just need to find any place in the 3rd area. Dao Dao heard that, and was a little disappointed. Sister, can't you stay with us? Tiu Ban also earnestly pleaded. We do not want to be separated from you. Tam Duck completely agreed with the children. Yes, girls like you are very dangerous outside. Tin Van next to them patted his chest, guaranteeing, "As a flower guardian envoy, I do not allow this." He took this opportunity to flirt. "My house is very big. There are many rooms. Miss Tun, stay with us." Duong Fong frowned, warning. Staying in the same house with him is even more dangerous. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. "May I ask if anyone is home?" Vu Hin listened to the voice echoing and asked, "So late. Who would come?" Just as the door opened, Hatch Soi kept asking, "You are Triu Thien Loi, right? I have heard your name for a long time. Finally today I can meet." Thien Loi looked at the strange man in front. "Who are you?" He immediately took out a business card from his pocket. Sorry. Too excited so I forgot to introduce." Hatch Soi eagerly introduced. "I am Hatch Soi, Deputy Commander of Military Zone 2. Tin Van curiously looked at the card. People still use business cards now. Thien Loi, not surprised, replied with exasperation, "Military Zone 2. So you are a subordinate of Trin Hong Dat." He immediately countered, "Triu, do not misunderstand. Trin Hong Dat and his grandson usually rely on their family background to be arrogant in the base. I have been annoyed for a long time. Just did not dare to speak." Hatch Soi praised him to the skies. Luckily there is Triu Thien Loi acting righteously to replace heaven to enforce justice. The outcome of those two is their own fault. Thien Loi shivered. All right. Finally, what is your matter?" Achieving his purpose, Hatch Soi did not hide. "It's like this. Thanks to your blessing, the commander temporarily assigned me to manage Zone 2. The house on the mountaintop previously occupied by Quachlan Hao was truly a waste. Now he has moved out." He suddenly extended his hand toward him. "I think accept a great hero like you. No one deserves such a good place. Today I came to invite you and your friends to move there." Everyone around was surprised. Such a good thing. Thien Loi's face did not change. "No merit. Do not dare to accept the reward. That villa has no owner." Hatch Soi then flattered more. "How can you say that? You have done so many good things for the base. Naturally you should receive the best treatment. Letting a hero live comfortably is what our army should do." He scratched his embarrassed face. "Moreover, with everyone here, the security of Zone 2 is also maintained." Seeing that attitude, then Fong also understood. "Oh, so we are to be the watchdogs for the rich people in Zone 2. Duong then also took this opportunity to scold. Before didn't see any good treatment. Now he shows off fame, then rushes to offer flowers, truly using wind to bend bamboo." Hatch Soi forced a smile to cover this matter. Thien Loi sighed, politely refused. "I accept your kindness, but we are only a few people. Living here is enough." He stubbornly wanted to persuade Triu. The words had not been said, but were cut off by him. "You can go." Hatch Soi reluctantly accepted the result. "All right, if you change your mind, just tell me." He dragged his tired body back to Zone 2. Watching the figure gradually disappear, Thien Loi raised his hand to his chin, calculating. He called after Hatch Soi, "Wait." Thien Loi's eyes were scheming. "If you sincerely want to give, I can accept the villa." His eyes lit up, and he rushed over. "Really? So?" Thien Loi held his hand to keep distance. "Wait, I have not finished. I can accept the villa, but I will not live there." His fingertip pointed to Tun Tin, to her. Thien Loi explained the reason. "Although now the children have a place to live, there must also be a place to continue learning. The environment of that villa is not bad. The area is also large. I want to renovate it into a school. Let Miss Tun take charge of daily work. What do you think?" The children happily cheered, meaning we do not need to separate from Miss Tun anymore. "Great." Tun Tin was a little stunned, but still agreed. "Okay, no problem." Hatch Soi watched these people decide for themselves and felt speechless. Stepping into the prosperous mansion, the children chattered. "This place is so big, more beautiful than our previous kindergarten." The little ones jumped up in excitement. "There is also a swimming pool outside. Will we study here in the future?" Tun Tin smiled brightly at the children. "We have such a beautiful school. Who should we thank?" The children said in unison, "Brother Thien Loi." Thien Loi waved politely. It's nothing. A van drove to the front gate. Thien Loi. Hearing the familiar voice, he hurried out to meet him. "Luke Dai Ka." Luke Heng got out of the car sighing. You are really good. Now not only these children but also the children in the base have a place to go to school. He pointed to the furniture piled on the car. These tables and chairs we gathered last night. Although the sizes are different, not very uniform, but all usable. Consider it our contribution. Thien Loi looked at the items brought over. Luke Dai Ka was very thoughtful. Luke Heng enthusiastically wanted to help. What else can we do? Tell us briefly the situation here. Previously Quach Lan Hao in this villa. Although many rooms were used for debauchery, inside there were many bad things. We planned to clean it quickly for use. He brought a few more brothers to help. All right, let us help. Everyone started to clean the mansion together. Suddenly Tran Phi came in panting. So lively, looks like I am late. Looks like... Thien Loi hurriedly asked, Captain Tran, why did you come? Tran Phi laughed heartily and replied, the commander heard that you all wanted to renovate this place into a school, so he told me to come help. He pointed to the door. I also brought designers, workers, and construction materials. Thien Loi tilted his head to look at them. Great, many people working together. It won't take many days to finish. Tran Phi conveyed the words he was instructed. The commander also said these children you rescued, after completing this school, it will be named after you. Moreover, this is the first primary school in our base. It must be grand. At that time the commander and the military leaders will come to cut the ribbon. Thien Loi was quite surprised by this information. The commander even wants to personally come, really showing great respect. After saying this, he also hurriedly said goodbye. I will go first to receive the order. If anything is needed, just find me. Thien Loi waved to see off his brother. Okay, thank the commander on my behalf. Seeing him leave, Duong Fong rushed over. In the mountains only the name of a major philanthropist can be used for a school. Brother Loi, this time you are really amazing. Too happy. So his mouth went a little far. Eternal and immortal. Then Fong could only give up. The captain is still alive. Don't use farewell phrases, okay? Thien Loi only showed a gloomy face, being sold out and still helping others count money. Duong Fong looked at him confused. Isn't this a good thing? Thien Loi crossed his arms. This is called riding on a tiger's back. Hard to get down. The higher they lift me, the harder it is for me to refuse the base's request. Vu Hien next to him added criticism. This commander is truly an old fox. Then Fong was full of questions. So what should we do? Should we just agree? Thien Loi smiled slyly. Want us to work for free? Not that easy. While everyone was chatting, Tun Tin took the opportunity to carry some chairs in. On the way, the chair leg scraped her foot. It hurt. Huck Duong with a large box in his hands walked past. What's wrong with this girl? If she doesn't hurt others, she hurts herself. Tun Tin hurriedly said, sorry. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Besides saying sorry, do you know what else to say? Then carefully grabbed her foot to check. Luckily not dislocated. Also no effect on bones, but it's swollen. Tun Tin's cheeks blushed looking at the gentle man before her. Huck Duong slowly stood up. From now on just sit here, do nothing. The way you move your arms and legs cannot help, only causes more trouble. She immediately objected. But the chairs and tables must be moved to the second floor. Cannot leave them for the children. He did not argue, firmly said, leave it to the men. Tun Tin kept watching the muscular back of Huck Duong. Suddenly Luke Heng came from somewhere. Van Fong is rude, loud. Miss Tun, don't mind. She forced a smile. No, it's fine. He looked at his younger brother. Though my brother's temper is bad, he has never gotten angry with women, even does not know how to talk. Seeing Huck Duong's dedication, unless it's a woman he cares about. Luke Heng took the opportunity to ask, Miss Tun, do you have a boyfriend yet? Tun Tin froze for a few seconds. This. Before she could answer, he had already taken the lantern running ahead of the car. Van Fong asked for you. Miss Tun is still single. You can pursue. Huck Duong got furious and shouted, you busybody. The kids took the chance to tease. Oh, the fierce guy is blushing. Tun Tin slightly smiled seeing his expression. Like a monkey's butt. Monkey's butt, shut up. More than 10 days later, Thien Loi's primary school was completed. The introduction from inside echoed, thanks to everyone's effort. Finally, Thien Loi Primary School has been completed and officially opened. Tran Phi today served as the main mech on stage. Please invite the commander and Captain Triu Thien Loi to cut the ribbon. Thien Loi and Trung Tone together cut the red ribbon. When the ribbon was cut, everyone gave them a huge round of applause. He continued to lead the ceremony. Tun Tin and the children prepared a special performance to thank everyone. Directing all the audience's attention to the stage, please enjoy their performance. The red curtain slowly opened, revealing a colorful scene. Dao Dao and the children played the role of little sheep, villagers. Oh no, the village was captured by the gray wolf. Huck Duong was the wolf holding the hostages. Those fat sheep. King Lang is back. Today you cannot escape. The children shouted one after another. Village chief. Release the village chief. Tun Tin reassured the small villagers. Everyone, do not be afraid. Remember the spirit of our Yang Yang village. Everyone shouted together, united as one. Courageously move forward. Protect the homestead. She encouraged more, right? The gray wolf is not scary. As long as everyone unites, he can be driven away. Huck Duong took the chance to pounce, talking so much. Let me eat you first. Hung En from somewhere brought a stick. Gray wolf, take my blow. Tiu Ban excitedly supported. Right. Ku En. The boy struck a blow, causing Wolf Huck Duong to fall. Sheep Dao Dao immediately gathered everyone. Yang Yang village united. Sheep team advanced. They all ran together, knocked down the gray wolf, rescued the village chief. On stage it became chaotic, causing those below to laugh loudly. Watching them laugh joyfully at the play, Huck Duong became more depressed. Why must I do this? Trung Tone and Thien Loi also enjoyed this moment together. Suddenly he called, startling him, Little Triu. Trung Tone reminded about the previous issue. Have you thought about that matter? Trung Tone wanted to know Thien Loi's decision about that matter. How have you thought? He awkwardly answered the unexpected question. Sir has already made me a hero in the eyes of the people. How can I still refuse? He laughed heartily. I knew you would agree anyway. Thien Loi also reminded in advance, but besides food, my other 3 conditions cannot be missing either. Trung Tone leisurely leaned back in his chair. This kid, no problem. For weapons and personnel you can choose as you like. When the banquet is over, we will go to the army department to discuss in more detail. The next morning at Trung Tone's area, he read each item listed on the paper. Armored vehicle, heavy bomb, grenade. Reading the contents made Trung Tone break into a sweat. Little Triu, do you intend to manipulate this entire weapons stockpile? Thien Loi put on a casual expression. With such high risk, of course we need good toys. Also I have to take responsibility for my brothers and comrades. Without these items, I am not confident to ensure everyone's safety. Then happily laid out another plan. But if the commander has any difficulties, just invite other experts. I won't force it. He was also at a loss for words. Are you forcing me? Trung Tone had to concede. All right, just do it this way. Little Triu, you are talented. I trust these tasks given to you are worth it. He called his subordinates. Lai Ho, come here and explain to everyone. Lai Ho immediately received the order. Obey. He took out a map. There is a very urgent mission. Lai Ho's finger pointed to a spot. This is the largest food processing factory in Munam County, 500 kilometers from the base. Before the apocalypse, this place supplied food for the whole county. According to our investigation, this place stores a lot of rice, 20 to 30,000 caddies. Trung Tone interrupted. With this amount of rice, the base does not need to worry anymore. This mission is very important, so I sent you to take that rice back. Thien Loi calculated briefly. This much rice requires at least 20 vehicles and enough fuel. He added one more requirement from experience. We have often encountered vehicle failures. In the world of zombies, nothing is scarier than a vehicle breaking down in the middle of the desert. So for this trip I need an additional mechanic. He immediately agreed. All right, I will arrange it. Thien Loi then confirmed the timing. When will we depart? Trung Tone cheerfully gave a number. Giving you 1 day to prepare. Okay. He had to be startled. 1 day? Shouldn't it start immediately? He smiled slyly. Do you think my weapons can be taken easily? Thien Loi, helplessly exposed, seems you are not only a fox spirit, but also a cunning schemer. With no more time, he hurried off. All right, I will go prepare. When the door closed, the room became silent. Lai Ho quickly broke the atmosphere. Commander, I wish to join the action team. Dong Lak also requested orders. Me too. Trung Tone smiled smugly. Even if you two did not speak, I would still let you go. He assigned tasks to them. Lai Ho, I appoint you as deputy team leader. Dong Lak, you are second deputy. The two of them echoed, yes. Trung Tone reminded them of their actions. Although Triu Thien Loi has experience dealing with zombies, he is still a kid who works impulsively. The real quantity in Munam is very important to the base. At critical moments, you must know how to control the overall situation, know how to select, understand. Lai Ho anxiously accepted the responsibility. Understood. He wondered, but how does that kid know weapons so well? Taking all the best items, really strange. The next morning, a tank led all the soldiers. Duong then inside the vehicle, eyes sparkling. Oh yeah, this is my first time riding an armored vehicle. So cool. Wu Hin immediately warned, don't move, watch out. Dong Lak praised non-stop. The base has a total of 3 armored vehicles. The commander treats them like eggs, not letting anyone touch. You really can show off. Thien Loi smiled faintly, accepting the gesture. This should be thanked to Lai Ho. Eyes wide, mouth open in surprise. So Lai Ho is the insider. Immediately took out the radio to tease. Weren't you always loyal to the commander? When did you rebel? Lai Ho on the other side rebutted. Don't talk nonsense. I have always been loyal to the commander. 1,000 years without changing heart. He was also a bit embarrassed. Good metal must be sharpened on a blade. Captain Triu's ability is obvious. Good equipment for the benefit of the people. Thien Loi turned to warn, if you dare betray Lai Ho, be careful falling into zombies. No one will save you. Dong Lak lowered his voice. Don't, I was just joking. Wu Hin took the wheel to join them. This time all of us are going. The Leaf scouting team also joined. Only Lu Tam Duck and Bang En Han remain at the base. No problem, right? Thien Loi had predicted in advance. I have contacted the Luke family members already. Also Tham Tin is there. Nothing will happen. The radio suddenly made a sound. Report, 1 kilometer to Munam. Next step, how should we act? Please advise. Thien Loi took the device to guide. What is the situation in that area? Lai Ho reported everything. According to data, that town has 2 huge factories, located south and north. The north is the flour factory. The south mainly processes rice and millet. They arrived at the destination factory area. He unfolded the map to present details to save time. I suggest splitting into 2 teams to act. Thien Loi acted quickly. Okay, I and Wu Hin, Duong Fong will go south. Lai Ho, you and the others go north. After completing the mission, we regroup here. They obediently followed. Obey. The tank rolled, then split into 2 directions to execute the plan. They arrived at the 2 sides of the factory. The whole place was silent, very peaceful. Wu Hin reported the journey. Ahead is the flour factory. He glanced over. This place is quiet, unlike zombies that were here before. Thien Loi immediately suppressed that thought. Don't be happy too soon. Look at those vehicles. Ahead are countless old cars stacked up. Strange marks on the side of the cars. Above there are blood stains. Wu Hin assessed. These blood stains are quite old. Maybe zombies once broke out here. But after a long time without food, they all ran away. Thien Loi ordered them to be safe. I will lead people inside to scout first. Carefully reminded them. Wu Hin, you and the others guard outside. Complete support tasks. They accepted the mission. Yes, the mission. Finally, Thien Loi's troop reached the wheat flour factory in the north. He held his axe tightly in his hand, leading the battalion to scout inside. Thien Loi carefully instructed the people behind him while his eyes did not leave the path ahead. Everyone be careful. Do not make a sound. If you find zombies, do not shoot unless necessary. He raised his battle axe, seriously reminding everyone, use this to deal with it. As soon as Thien Loi finished speaking, the battalion immediately nodded in agreement. Dong Lak and his squad took positions, tightening their combat knives. Duongfang also got ready, drawing his bow aimed straight ahead. Thien Loi went to the front, quickly pushing the iron door open. In front of them appeared a huge factory, inside silent without a single person. His battalion gradually moved in, every step cautious. Thien Loi pointed to both sides, signaling everyone to split left and right to act. Everyone immediately dispersed in their assigned directions, scouting every corner. The squad leaders signaled OK to each other, reporting everything was fine. Thien Loi slightly tilted his face, ordering Dong Lak right behind him to confirm safety and find the supplies. He immediately obeyed. Got it. The soldiers spread out, quickly carrying out the urgent mission. Duongfang pushed the warehouse door with all his strength. Hey! Behind that layer of door, something made him so shocked he widened his eyes. Duongfang quickly turned around, joyfully reporting to him, An Loi, there is a warehouse here. Inside is all wheat flour. The whole battalion rushed to where he stood, everyone eager and excited. Before their eyes were tons of wheat flour packed in sacks, stacked in layers. Everyone was extremely delighted. So much food, great, everyone can eat their fill. Thien Loi did not waste time, quickly ordering coordination. Everyone seized the time. Move all the supplies onto the vehicles. They worked like a relay, taking turns carrying the heavy sacks of flour on their shoulders. The line of people stretched out to the trucks waiting outside. Thua Huck suddenly paused, his face curious as he noticed something strange. Suddenly he pulled the control lever down. Immediately, a crashing sound rang out, breaking the silence of the factory. A chute unexpectedly opened, and the flour poured down like a waterfall. Dong Lak panicked, immediately running over to question him. What are you doing? Thua Huck stammered in fear. I was just curious. He then pointed to one side and shouted, calling everyone. Everyone look at this. Thua Huck excitedly cheered as he discovered the huge flour vat. Inside was still plenty more. Dong Lak shouted loudly, urging the others, quickly find bags to store all this flour. Thien Loi could not help but admire these machines, really powerful. One machine like this could produce nearly 10 tons of flour a day. His face showed a fleeting trace of thought, voice carrying regret. This machine would definitely be useful if the base could grow wheat. Maybe bringing one machine back would be so great. Other soldiers also agreed. Yes, but it's a pity these machines are too big. Suddenly, Yuang Miu stepped out from behind, gently offering a suggestion. It's not impossible. Although we can't bring the whole machine back, if we separate it into individual parts, it will no longer be a problem. He heard that and turned to look curiously, asking, Who are you? He calmly introduced himself clearly. I am Yuang Miu, senior programmer of the infantry. Now staff is tight, carrying 10 at once, so I also have to handle machine maintenance. Yuang Miu sighed, waving his hands, his gesture showing clear helplessness. The commander said he wanted a maintenance worker, so I came here. Thien Loi stared silently into his eyes, seeming displeased with this arrangement. He slightly raised his fingers shaking, signaling no, I am a soldier, following orders. There is no satisfaction or dissatisfaction here. Yuang Miu crossed his arms, displaying disappointment, tone slightly proud. I just feel, when professionals like me come to places like this, it really doesn't seem like talent is appreciated. Thien Loi rested one hand on his hip, lightly asking back, but every word sharp. The commander once said revolutionary work does not distinguish rank. If needed, he also goes. This mission relates to the well-being of the base. Do you think it is unimportant? He became extremely flustered, hurriedly denying, I didn't mean that. Thien Loi calmly added some sarcastic words. Moreover, there are already many people wearing glasses pretending to be knowledgeable. Whether you are truly talented remains unknown. Then, he coldly waved his hand to make a decision. Then, I also don't like binding others. Thien Loi offered a conditional exchange. If he could prove his talent, then bring this machine back, I will report to the commander to arrange a new assignment for him. Yuang Miu doubted, so asked again to be sure. Are you serious? You guarantee credibility. Thien Loi said it can be done. The soldiers here can all testify. As soon as Thien Loi finished speaking, he immediately excitedly rolled up his sleeves. Okay? Don't regret it. Okay? Don't. Yuang Miu curled his lips in a confident smile. His hands quickly took out the toolbox. The toolbox was opened. Inside it had all the necessary tools. In one hand he held a special wrench to twist and remove screws. The other hand held a brand new electric drill. The operation of Yuang Miu made everyone there stunned, mouths wide open. Soon every single component had been dismantled, neatly arranged on the ground. After finishing the work, he panted with sweat pouring out continuously. So how about it? This scene made Thien Loi also sigh with emotion, indeed not boasting but truly capable. Hearing the praise from him, Yuang Miu's face brightened with delight, and he turned to ask, "So does that mean I can return to the base?" You immediately went back on your words. I only said to rearrange the work, but did not say let you return. People with talent like you, how could I bear to let you go? Thien Loi patted his shoulder with a calm tone, announcing the news he just thought through. I decided to promote you. From now on you will be the highest senior maintenance staff of the action team. Yuang Miu was so angry he could not speak. Then, the whole troop continued their work, pouring each sack of flour from the machine into bags. Each person carried several bags on their shoulders, one after another transporting them to the cargo trucks. Duongfang aggressively held a bag in his hands, complaining that doing this is too slow, just dump directly in. As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly jumped straight into the mountain of flour in front. The soldiers around witnessing this scene immediately imitated each other. My turn, me too. Duongfang, walking on the flour ground, suddenly slipped. His body staggered, losing balance, falling backward. His whole body collapsed into the flour pile, making flour fly thick everywhere. He sat heavily on the thick flour, coughing continuously amid the white dust. The other soldiers, seeing this messy appearance of Duongfang, burst into loud laughter at his face. Duongfang, your face is all white. Now you surely cannot find a wife anymore. Duongfang was so angry he gnashed his teeth, furiously shouted through his clenched teeth, "Dare to laugh at me." He angrily grabbed a handful of flour in his hand without hesitation, threw it straight at them. While everyone was still laughing hard, an unlucky one suddenly took the whole handful of flour in the face. This unintentionally ignited a flour war, just like throwing snowballs. Donglak, with high spirit, shouted loudly in excitement, "Who is afraid of who?" As soon as he finished, he was hit by a flour ball straight in the face. Donglak immediately threw another flour ball at the one who had just hit him while reminding, "These are all precious food, do not dirty them. You kids are rebelling." He kneaded a large amount of flour into a round ball. "Come here, I have never lost before." The flour layer under Tiu Lam's feet suddenly swirled down like a small vortex. He sank under the flour pile while everyone else was still too busy to notice. In the middle of the flour fight, Donglak raised his hand to block, calmly speaking to stop. "Enough, do not make noise anymore, quickly get back to work. Move all this quantity, we still have to return to gather with Deputy Leader Lai." Gradually the soldiers in the troop also realized someone seemed missing. "Hey, where did Tiu Lam go? Just now he was here." A loud noise suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of the whole troop. A giant lizard rose up from under the thick flour, tightly biting Tiu Lam in its mouth. The soldiers standing below, witnessing this scene, shouted loudly his name, "Tiu Lam." His face clearly showed fear, eyes filled with tears, looking at comrades pleading for help, "Save me." Donglak was shocked recognizing this creature, shouted loudly to warn the whole troop, "It is a mutant creature." Thien Loi was carrying a large part together with Yuang Miu when hearing this immediately turned back to look. Donglak gripped his combat knife tightly in his hand, decisively rushed straight at it. "Monster, quickly release him." Donglak slashed a deadly strike, cutting off the long tail of the lizard. It hurt so much that it immediately released Tiu Lam from its mouth, causing him to fall from above. Luckily below was a thick layer of flour that protected Tiu Lam's body from much injury. The lizard became angry and ferocious like a mad bull, charging to knock away Donglak. He had no time to react and was strongly rammed far away. The lizard quickly regenerated its tail, then dove headfirst into the flower pile. It darted in zigzag under the ground, making the flower above fly everywhere. Reaching the last person, it suddenly leapt up, tossing everyone away. Duongfang quickly pulled out his battle bow, shooting while cursing it, "Stinking monster." But the arrow only skimmed past, not hitting the lizard's body. Seeing this, he could only gnash his teeth angrily, voice full of annoyance, "The flower is too slippery, cannot hold the arrows." Dong Lak could no longer bear this lizard, immediately pulled out a gun. "Damn it, blow your head off." Yuang Miu, seeing this, was frightened, shouted loudly, hurriedly ran to stop this action. "Do not shoot, flower is flammable. This space is too enclosed, the air full of dust. Once shooting starts, the whole factory will explode." The lizard still continued to charge up, tossing all the soldiers there into the air. Thien Loi saw the situation was not good, immediately rushed to resolve. He pulled out his battle axe, struck a decisive blow to its chin. The eyes of Thien Loi did not leave the lizard while urgently ordering the troop, "Quickly leave the flower container." Just receiving the order from him, all the soldiers immediately scattered in panic. The lizard again dove headfirst down, burying itself into the thick flower. Thien Loi then took this opportunity, turned quickly to command Dong Lak, "I will deal with it. Quickly bring the remaining flour onto the trucks." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately obeyed with extremely decisive eyes. Yes, Yuang Miu was worried when seeing the soldiers slowly, laboriously carrying the flour bags. So in the end he decided to rush fast to them. He shouted loudly to draw the soldiers' attention, persuading them to follow his way. "Carrying like this, when will it ever finish? Follow what I say." Yuang Miu directed a small group of soldiers, assigning them to fetch the necessary items. "Bring those red iron bars here." At the same time, he also quickly guided the remaining soldiers, assembling the pipes together and setting them outside. In just a moment, a giant chute connecting the production machine with the ground was completed. Yuang Miu immediately ordered everyone to work, at the same time tested the quality of the new chute. Release. The soldiers on the production machine took turns dropping the flour bags down. Each heavy sack of flour sped swiftly through the steel chute. Just a few seconds, the flour sacks were already settled below. On another side, Thien Loi was standing in the middle of a sea of flour, cautiously searching for the lizard's figure. Suddenly, the flour ground under his feet shook violently. From behind Thien Loi, it suddenly emerged, breaking the silence. The lizard immediately stuck out its long tongue, intending to lash straight at him. Thien Loi reacted in time, quickly turning, putting the battle axe forward to block the strike. But the strength of the tongue was too great, pushing him back far away. Thien Loi clearly knew this was a tough battle, so he uncomfortably clenched his teeth. Its bulging big red eyes still stared fixedly at Thien Loi. He still did not know what the creature before him was. Puzzled, asked the system, "What the hell is this? Could flour also mutate?" At that confused question, it immediately started the analysis process. Scanning. This is a level 4 mutant lizard, aggressive, strong territorial awareness. Main weapon is the tongue, good at camouflage, can cover all sounds so enemies do not know, can change body color to blend with the environment. The system also added, introducing him about its fighting habit. Usually they do not fight alone, but go in pairs. This one is female. The male is bigger, attack and camouflage ability also stronger. Thien Loi grasped the important information, immediately worried for his comrades. If the male is nearby, Wu Hin and the others will be in danger. Must deal with this one as fast as possible. Outside the factory it was still peaceful, the sky clear with blazing sunlight pouring down. Wu Hin was standing outside with the other soldiers. Suddenly a terrified scream rang out, "Quickly drive the trucks here." Dong Lak led the way, running, gasping heavily with people behind, some carrying flour, others supporting comrades. He saw this, then hurried to them, asking about the situation, what happened inside. He, while panting hard with difficulty, narrated to Wu Hin, "A mutant monster appeared. It is a monster with whole body white." He did not see the figure of Thien Loi, then turned to ask about him. "Where is leader?" Dong Lak immediately replied. "The captain ordered us to bring the food to the trucks, while he is still inside dealing with the monster." Suddenly, the military truck in the distance was attacked, flipped to the side. That scene made the soldiers stand frozen inside, terrified. A male lizard stepped on the overturned truck, charging towards them. The soldiers quickly regained composure, pulled out guns, firing continuously at it. "Over here too, fire." Wu Hin stepped forward, aiming precisely at the lizard, continuously shooting at it. Suddenly, the lizard camouflaged, blending with the surrounding environment. He opened his mouth wide, unable to believe his eyes, witnessing this phenomenon. Gone. The whole troop held guns, standing close together, pointing in all directions. No one among them dared be careless. All maintained high vigilance. A soldier suddenly was caught by its tail, wrapped tightly several rounds. He was thrown high into the sky before the astonishment of the other comrades. That soldier's whole body flew straight into the factory wall, creating a very loud sound. The other soldiers, seeing this, began to panic, trying to search for the lizard. "What is going on? Where did that monster go?" Wu Hin gnashed his teeth in anger, face furious, cursing. "Damn it, this monster can turn invisible." At this moment, inside the factory, Thien Loi and the lizard were fighting fiercely. It used its long tongue to lash at him, but Thien Loi blocked it in time. He quickly regained stance, put strength into the axe, pushing the lizard tongue away. The eyes of Thien Loi revealed clear anger. He angrily cursed it. "Four-legged devil, apart from your tongue you can do nothing." As soon as the words ended, he leapt forward, rushing toward the lizard. "Let me cut off your head now." Thien Loi swung the axe behind his neck, preparing, striking a deadly blow down at its head, but the lizard suddenly dodged, making the axe strike miss to the side. Seizing the chance, it lashed its tail hard at his face. Thien Loi could not react in time, only stood frozen, watching the tail darting towards. The tail struck straight at his body, so strong that his figure was thrown backward. It sent Thien Loi flying far away, tumbling several rounds before crashing down. "Damn it." He propped his hand, sitting heavily on the flour pile, tone unable to hide discomfort. "This flour is so slippery. Stepping feels like stepping on sand. Feet cannot keep balance." Thien Loi tried to stand up, but stepping down still slipped a bit. His hands were covered in too much flour, already slippery. He gently stretched his hand forward while looking, sighing. "But for this monster, this is just flat ground." Thien Loi stared straight at the giant lizard in front, evaluating the situation inside. If continuing like this, only wasting strength. Must fight quick, win quick. He was so upset, wanting to dig up its whole ancestry. Inwardly cursed its lizard mother. "Damn it." He decided to risk once, without hesitation, holding the axe, rushing at it. The lizard fully knew the intention of Thien Loi, used its feet to kick, making flour fly up. A large amount of white flour directly sprayed all over him. Thien Loi, even if he quickly raised his hand to block, still flour flew into his eyes. "My eyes." It did not miss this precious chance, immediately stuck its tongue, rushing straight to him. The arm of Thien Loi was instantly caught, lizard tongue wrapped tightly several rounds. It dove down into the thick flour, dragging him along. Thien Loi slid across the flour mountain, his state now extremely miserable. Flour kept rushing into his eyes and nose, causing much trouble, hard, so uncomfortable, nose and mouth full of flour, almost suffocating. Luckily, in the dire situation, he grabbed his axe. Although his eyes were still shut tight, Thien Loi still accurately cut off its tongue. The lizard screamed in pain, hurriedly dove into the flour to hide. His arm, when released, immediately clutched the flour below. Thien Loi lost momentum, fell backward, his whole body aching. When he struggled up, it had vanished into the flour without a trace. "Where is it?" Completely unable to sense. Thien Loi anxiously rolled his eyes around, searching for the lizard figure. "This is its territory, truly disadvantageous for me. If it attacks again like before, surely I am done. Must find another way to force it out of the container." He was so uneasy that he gnashed his teeth, questioning himself. But how to do it? Thien Loi suddenly looked up at the ceiling. The fire alarm machine above hit his sight. Instantly, Thien Loi came up with a bold idea. Got it. He quickly turned to command his system. Quickly changed to raincoat. In just a moment, a black raincoat covering the whole body appeared. Thien Loi swiftly put on the new raincoat. After that, he without hesitation threw the battle axe up to the factory ceiling. It struck the fire alarm right there. The fire extinguishing system was immediately activated. Dozens of water nozzles began spraying. The feet of Thien Loi stepped on water running swiftly across the flower pile. Thanks to the spraying water, his feet had more grip, running freely in the container. His eyes, still extremely cautious, unceasingly searching its figure. The flower also began to liquefy, turning mushy. The lizard could not breathe under the wet flower anymore, only angrily emerged,